research from a
I
hundred
mean,
years ago.
no, like, listen, look, it's based on it, but it's like it's been improved. They got more diversity on it. Give you proxies of different populations. Don't mean it's exact. Even if it's tell you this is not like we don't think the exact population, but it just give you like estimates of what groups like pre-colonial times. Yeah, this the same way Darwin is based on the same method of evolution today. You know what I'm saying? This shit been added on to evolve, bro. He just wants some shit to
So,
argue about and be a bitch about something. He a fucking hoe.
so,
He
so,
fucking
so, so
his
Oscar,
dick too small. His dick too small. He can't see without fucking lifting his stomach up.
yeah. So Oscar, research based on a racist scientist from 110 years ago. And then the newest one
Guess what, bro?
estimates
Guess what?
according to his book.
Guess
Let
what?
me speak now. No,
Guess what?
you just
I'm
spoke.
racist to you, bro.
You just
I'm
spoke
racist
now.
to
You
niggas
just
like you.
spoke,
I'm
right?
racist to
And then
niggas like you, bro. Right,
estimates based on a
right, bro.
racist
You
scientist.
exactly right. That's true.
Come
You
on,
right.
man.
You
Y'all
right,
gotta
bro.
let
You
each
wanna
other,
cook?
at
You
least
wanna?
the
You
rest of us
wanna?
can hear it, man. Let each other
You
talk.
wanna cook you, bro?
So at least we can
What you
hear.
want? What you gonna get? You want a pat on the head? You want a pat on the head? Be a good boy, fast. You want? Yeah, you have it. Let's get it. Yeah.
Listen, what you
What
say
you
cannot
want? What
stand
you
up.
want? All that funk breath ass talking you doing.
All
What
you
you want,
saying
bro?
cannot stand up to
You get it.
scrutiny.
You get it.
So guess what?
What you
You
get a
put
kick out of
badness.
this?
You bring badness. I'm
This
not
is like
bringing any badness. I am just talking
like your
fact.
fantasy or something. This is
Everything that you put up
your sick
cannot
fantasy or
stand up to
something.
scrutiny. That website that you use should
Fucking
not be
gay ass
used.
dude.
That pseudo website come from
Yeah,
pseudoscience about 110 years ago.
No, it's not.
listen,
No, it ain't pseudo, bro.
listen. We gotta play.
Don't ever say pseudo. You don't even know what the word pseudo was, and
No,
you
we
ain't go
gotta.
and never know that shit around the
We
fucking
gotta. We
in the
gotta play the
community
game
first
fair
place.
though. We gotta play the game fair, right? Because not more than 20 minutes ago, I got chastised by Logic about not accepting science, and now I come to find out that this was based on some pseudo raciology from 110 years ago. That is not scientific.
No, it's not, bro. I just said it evolved, bro. Y'all still suck. Y'all some sick ass niggas. That's what some shit is based on. A lot of shit you fucking do today based on racism. Based on fucking racism. What you talking about?
Yeah, but check it out, right? If on the blackology side, right? If I
We
would have
can
used some,
use.
yeah, if I would have used some
Girl,
shit from
I don't really care.
110
But
years
that
ago.
type of shit, bro. That
Hold
type
on,
of shit
brother.
don't exist to me, bro. That
Let
blackology
me
shit don't
finish.
exist to me, bro. Y'all
Let me
niggas
finish.
don't
What
y'all
I'm
niggas.
saying, no, Gullah, what I'm saying is you're not playing the game fair though, because I always hear you, Unc, and others chastise people for using outdated, antiquated
I
information.
don't say that. I didn't use the outdated. I didn't use the outdated. I said it's been updated. Yes, it's because some started off in a certain way. Shit, fucking archaeology started off with shit in the Bible, nigga. And we got archaeology today. This shit, old shit started off some way. This nigga want to overstate shit. Don't mean that the website is shoot up. It's based on
Okay.
real populations and shit, and just it's diversified. He don't even know. He don't know shit about the website. He's making up shit.
Askel, the website is primary HTML. You know what HTML is? The website is primarily HTML. No website today just use primarily HTML when they're designing a website. So therefore, if it is updated, when was it updated? And why was the website also updated? Why wasn't the website that they used wasn't also updated?
You was there when they made it. You was there when they made it.
They use HTML in every website, but they don't rely solely on HTML anymore. They use other languages when designing a website. That website is still primarily HTML only. So you're saying that it's updated. When was that information updated? And the website is not updated. Simple question. Was information updated?
Hey, I have a question. I want to have a question just to break it.
Don't even matter no more. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something. I'm tired of hearing this.
You bring bullshit information. You can't stand it.
I'm tired of hearing this fraud talk. No, I don't give a fuck about
That's fine.
bullshit
But
race.
I want to know. Hold on.
Ask the question,
Oh, bro.
Ross, ask the question.
You're not even about
Ask
that.
your
I really don't care.
The
You
sensitive
thing,
though.
bro. I
The
don't care. I
vagina
don't care if
hurting.
you. I don't care if you ask me about something else. I
The
don't want to hear
vagina
your voice,
hurting
bro.
you.
I wish a damn drum driver
We found it
in a
out. We
fucking
found it
18
out.
would have rolled your ass
All
over
right, come
when you
on,
get out
Gullah.
when you
Come on,
soon
Gullah.
as you get
That
off
ain't
the
just
car.
mad. You mad, bro? Don't
Soon
worry
as you
about it.
get
You
off the
mad.
car, bro.
I know, but you mad. That ain't your character.
You said
That ain't
what?
even your character. I said you're upset. That's not your character, bro. You ain't that. That's me. The witch is no. That's not you, bro. Don't let no.
Right, troublemaking ass.
Brass,
Yeah.
ask the question.
It's only enough room for one
It's
chick.
me.
It's only me.
Brass, ask the question.
All right,
Ask the
so
question.
and
Bro.
now I'm asking him as this is a serious question because I learned I could follow it. I know y'all keep saying it's old, but I could follow what he was saying. So, but my point is, when y'all trying to not critique, but you're saying that the information is old, right? But the updated information, is it different? Because I know y'all argue, but the Egypt argument, what's up, True? The Egypt argument is a lot of, with the thing from 1970, right? They was arguing something from UNESCO. That's from like the 70s. So if you're arguing that from the 70s, why is it so pertinent when y'all keep talking about the age of this? Because if the information is not different, it doesn't matter what you studied it, where you got it from. Right? Or wrong? Or am I saying that wrong?
No, they rely on the same persons from 1919, 1921, 1931. And the latest information was from 1981. Baker. When we look into who Baker was, when we look into, can I speak? Can you ask him to allow me to speak, please, Ross?
I hope you have a slow and suffering death from 1980, whatever the fuck.
No.
That ain't you.
The information that he has, that he showed on that, the information that site has, even draw from this race is from 1981. Right? So, and when you look at who the people are who made these papers, most of them are old racist scientists, or old racist teachers. But he runs with the racist information and cannot accept that it may be wrong. I'm not saying that it's wrong.
What we were saying.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with you presenting information, you know. But if any of us should present information, 100-year-old research, they weren't using genes then, right? They claim that they're using science. They claim that they're using teeth and they're using jawline, and they're saying from these teeth and this jawline, these people must have this complexion because the people today that exist 70,000 years later have this complexion, and because they have the same teeth and the same jawline, they must supposedly, because there was a lot of supposedly, have the same complexion. So you go back to Africa of 70,000 years, and you bring up somebody that look like an African American with 20% admixture. You're bringing up people that look like, as I say, off the wall Michael Jackson. You're not bringing up any Wesley Snipes looking dude. And as you progress, you end up with, remember the time, Michael Jackson. I don't have a problem with the mixing, but when you go back to that thing that he presented and say, this is what they most likely look like, there was not a black face amongst them. But when we look at that time and look at that proportion of West North Africa, as he said, because we use a big area, you know, West North Africa, which is almost the size of the United States, the area that he used. And you say, the people of West North Africa is the origins of Egypt. When we know that, no, not all of West North Africa led to the origins of Egypt. It was in a specific area of the Nile Valley. Those people came from the Nile Valley. And he's saying that those people 70,000 years ago in the lower Nile Valley look like Jerry Curl, Michael Jackson.
All right, so
and then the last thing, and the other thing, he's talking about people coming back into Africa. At no time in his presentation, he mentioned migration within Africa. No, people was on the River Nile for 300,000 years. And you're telling me that nobody went back up into Egypt during the time then they were migrating out of Africa? Or during that time there was no intermigration? He has never mentioned intermigration once in his presentation. Because when I'm doing presentation, I do pros and cons. It's not migrating only into Africa. You had intermigration. Any common sense person will tell you that intermigration was taking place in Africa. We don't know how far it went, but we know that even with the Bantu expansion, intermigration was taking place in Africa. And they cover larger ground than Sudan to the Delta. But he makes no mention of black people. I'm using the word black as how Trump used black. He has no mention of black people migrating up the Nile or down the Nile. He's only saying Eurasian came into Egypt.
Pascal, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Y'all got 60 minutes for me tonight to put this into something quick.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start working on something, and then we'll set something.
What time are you free? Tonight?
It wouldn't be today.
You ain't stupid.
It wouldn't be today though. I got to put something together.
Okay, so how long would it take though? Because remember, I want to go. I'm trying to get off the momentum of the show last night, so I don't want to put it out too far.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, even if it's just a reaction, even if it's just a critique, it don't got to be. And then you can come with your own presentation. But I think outside of, hold on, let me take it over. And I don't want it to be like I'm not talking about skate and shit. This one, I'm. Because I don't think people get your actual point because of all the other shit. So if you're actually making a decent point, then at least, you know what I'm saying, it's something that could be understood. That makes sense.
Yeah, hey, I actually showed.
What's up, Dollar? What's up?
I actually showed Black, and I didn't even mention it. I had to show the picture, and I was talking about a particular bottleneck for the motherfucking Afro-Asiatic population, showing the whole 50,000 years. I even mentioned it was other contemporary Africans. They diversified and had the variety.
No, right, but that's why I don't want you to explain it again. And then y'all talking to each
don't
other.
even understand, bro. He's so stupid.
Yes, I want to do it.
Stupid and fucking third world minded. Can't even fucking think straight.
I know, but this is what I'm trying to avoid. That way, if anything, Stu, can you do it across tonight?
The thing about it is, see, I need to show this dumb ass how to write and how to put it on a PowerPoint.
Just answer
and I need time for that. And I'm at work now. But tonight I can freestyle tonight.
I need to show your ugly ass how to die. I need to show your ass how to die. I need to show your ass how to fucking die. I need to show you how to die, yo.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, you need
hold on.
Yeah.
So, like, hey, Haskell, what's your earliest you can go?
When? Today?
Yes, just a reaction, not a presentation. Okay, yeah. Just a reaction.
Will you be playing the video?
You want to show somebody how to write, but you want to show somebody how to write, but you sitting up there with funky ass body odor, stinky ass.
Hold on, Gullah, please. Hold on, Gullah. So,
moderator, Brass or Chef?
No, I can get it though. What I'm saying is, the only thing y'all really got to do is just watch some of the show throughout the day.
Nah, for sure. We could do a reaction video whenever you want. Later in the day. Like, I guess we talking about what, like 6, 7 p.m. maybe?
Yeah, like I said, I could go at 6, 7. All right, 6, 7. That's cool.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock. All right, I'll make some.
Yeah.
And it don't got to be a long show. It'll be y'all show, so y'all can just talk. We'll play clips from it. Yeah, you're just reacting and making your statement clear. Now, if you want to, when you make your statement, if you want me to pull something up, I can do that. Like, you could just tell me to go pull it up.
Oh, for sure. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Hell yeah. That sounds good. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do
it. That would be uninterrupted. It'll be just you. Maybe you, me, Chef, and TMI, whatever. But it'll probably just be me, you, and Chef. Whoever else want to come up.
CPs. We need to get these Jamaicans on record.
Of course.
Y'all sound like hecklers right now.
Of course. Of course, we love this. Tell Askel we thrive in this. We love this. The culture I come from, we love this. We love this. This
Y'all
is
love
my
fucking with
favorite
me.
thing in the world. We love this. We enjoy this.
Nah, listen. I want to say that in a lot of ways, I've outgrown a lot of that, to be fair. But
Don't nobody,
Stop
don't
that.
nobody love.
You think you have? You
Nobody
think you
ever
have,
loved your
asshole?
funky ass.
You really think you?
Yeah. You just told a nigga last night you gonna punch him in his glasses. He grown. Get the fuck out
no,
of here.
but look, listen. This is what I'm saying. Listen, all I was saying, I wasn't making a threat like, yo, we could link up.
I know
I'm
what you mean.
saying, yeah, I'm saying, listen, we're all middle-aged men, right?
Mhm.
And ain't none of us Anthony Joshua. Like, come on,
But
like,
that ain't. But I don't think that's what you was saying. Cause see, I done watched it a bunch of times. I'm gonna see if you can walk with me on this. I
man.
think because I heard the nerd part. So I think you was trying to figure out why is we discussing gangster shit and we discussing some nerd shit.
Right, that's
It's
what
like
I was saying.
I'm on some nerd
Yeah.
shit, just threatening type shit. So now I gotta, now I
Right.
gotta act like we ain't.
But look, check it out, Brass. Check it out, Brass. Even if I'm a nerd, right? If a nigga constantly slapping me in the back of the head,
Yeah, you
poking
gonna
his
fight
finger in
back.
my boy, like goddamn,
Yeah.
like
At
shit.
some point, you keep stuffing me in the locker. I'm gonna have a gun the next time you try to do this.
You know
Listen.
what I mean? I might have to come back and shoot the school up or some shit.
Yeah, that way. That's exactly why them. Oh man, we on YouTube. My bad. No, that is not exactly. They do anything. You know, I appreciate, and I stand with TMI. Does not support police at all or school.
Listen,
actions.
Brass, I don't
But
agree
it's
with
fine.
Askel. I get
Yeah,
old
look.
now. So I fight a different way, but I still enjoy
Stoopies is a
fighting.
lot more. Stoopies
I-
love that
I-
ignorance. Stoopies
I
love the
love that
ignorance, right?
ignorant shit. But I got old and I had to put it
I'm
down.
trying to
So when I find
demonstrate.
a different way to be ignorant, I love it. I
Yeah,
love it.
I'm
I
trying
thrived
to
in it when I was younger.
Yeah, I'm trying to calm this shit down, but I'm getting hit all over the head like while I'm trying to like piece it out. Something
Hey,
like that.
I'm gonna get ready for the show at 8. I want to segue into something.
Yeah.
So, I'm about to admit something, and y'all just take it for whatever. It's Black History Month, and I have no idea what to do. I feel like I don't. I know this sounds crazy, but I can't think of any Black History Month content to do. I can't. I tried. Like I was like, okay, we can do something, and everything on any topic that I could think of, it all just seems like repetitive. It's like what I don't know what else I could say about Martin Luther King. I don't know. So I'm like, and I'm kind of uncomfortable that the first 4 days we've been talking about Egypt and morality and stuff like that, but I haven't even seen a lot of Black History content. I wonder if that's what other people are going through.
But
too.
didn't Chef say he was gonna do something?
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about me. I'm saying like he's got his idea, but even Shaq was about to put a show out. I think he was about to do something with like a white lady or something, and he
But he
didn't
pulled
want
it
to.
back. No, he pulled it back.
whatever.
That was the thing he had on Madam O'Hare. But he pulled that back. We were working on that
Yeah.
years ago. We just
Yeah,
finally
but
got that.
Brass,
Yeah, like I'm struggling with that.
Ross,
I
let me
don't know
give you a
why.
topic. Let me give you a
Yeah.
topic. Since you're
Yeah.
strong in finance, can you
Uh-huh.
do a presentation on Black people, the impact of Black people in the financial sector of the United States, how impactful we are?
Okay, done.
And because you're the finance, that's your strength.
Yeah, that's
And,
done.
and what we mean to America and the American economy, right?
Yeah, I
from
can
the
do that.
slave ship to Wall Street.
Okay, and that'll be the title of the show.
Right. Yeah, because that will show the impact. Because many persons think that Black Americans didn't have a significant impact. It wasn't only physical, it was both mental, it was both financial. That would be a good show.
Yeah,
And
they
since
play
you know
up.
about finance,
They play up the brute. They play up the beast of burden part of it.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
completely leave out all the inventions and the innovations, the open heart surgery, the stoplight, the
Medics,
clock.
everything.
That could be black people in industry.
in general. Yeah.
Yeah, Corey could the black people in industry because that down in line. But you the finance.
Yeah. I did a show before on finance about black banking. I did a show on the other thing, and that was a pretty good one too. All right, I got you. Good night there. I'll stay in my lane then. But I want to see more Black history stuff.
Hey, Brad, I have another idea, Brad.
We need some more stuff like that. Go ahead, DQ.
I had another idea for you. I did when the first Black History Month started. Just drop old shit that we did back in the gap. We all used to. Well, I can't say we all, but majority of us stood on the front line, or we stood for a certain cause, or we was at a certain event, or we invoked a certain inspiration. Something. I know y'all got some throwback shit you did. I posted when I was vice president of my fraternity, and I had to speak against racial injustice on my campus.
You still got that?
Yeah, I posted in the chat. I posted again. It's shit that I know many people in this motherfucker that fought for. So it ain't got to be an outside person. Nigga, speak about some shit that you done did even for the advancement.
I don't mind that, but you know,
then DQ, do that presentation.
This audience, we hesitate.
DQ, do that presentation. Do that presentation for us in the channel, the one that you spoke on in college. That would be good.
That's cool.
Yeah, that would be good. So link up and choose a day and do that presentation also.
Yeah, let's keep the activity up.
Does the Ansar community and like Dr. York, does that stuff count?
I love this nigga, bro. I'm glad he's back. I'm glad my boy is back. That's my man right there. This nigga asking for stuff.
This is why y'all niggas need to show. I'm telling you, y'all don't know, but like when you study like drama in school or something, you realize like they teach you about comedic timing and pregnant pauses and stuff like that. Y'all motherfuckers got that shit naturally. That shit is now y'all will naturally say that shit like at the right time. At the right time. I think, you know what I think Chef Bag might actually be? And I don't think he ever did it. I thought it was lame when the other dude was doing it, but I think Chef will probably do better. Chef should do reaction videos to these other guys' conscious community shows. Because one, they won't strike him. And he can like literally just react to these shows. That reaction to Smalls and Jehudi dude, that was hilarious. That was literally hilarious. That was funnier than Source 2P. When Chef said Smalls, I almost threw up. I was drinking water and that shit went down the wrong way. I literally almost fucking choked. But I'm saying, like, bring some empathy to it, to take all the seriousness. Like, we know it's bullshit, right? We know the information ain't, So at some point, just like you can do is somewhat laughing. Oh, speaking of that, I have a neuroscientist and a behavioral specialist that wants to come on the show and talk about morality. Yeah, they watched the show yesterday. That's what I was about to say to Truist, because I think I want to bring Truist. Because there's a guy, like there's a lady and a guy, and they both watched the show. They're interested in like, and they said we wasn't that far off. That's crazy. That's like the second time in 2 days I've heard someone say, even though y'all just having regular conversations.
We ain't stupid. You be acting like we're not qualified.
Yeah.
Niggas ain't stupid.
They said it, Chef. They was like, y'all not that far. Yeah, she said like y'all conclusions, the questions y'all was asking was saying a lot about what, like how good of an understanding you got of conversation, things like that. And she said she was asking all the right questions. We was off a little bit And she said she called her neuroscientist friend, and they was watching it, and they were saying that we was a little off, but she was saying the point about how some things spark the brain and all of that. When I tell you they was clowning me about the 2 + 2 is 4, they was like, bro, how many times was you gonna say 2 + 2 is 4? Like, or 2 raps in one rap and then another one. She was like, yeah, she said it's not as deep as you think. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And she tried to start explaining it to me, but then she was like, nah, I'll just do it on the show. So she told me to call her after. She told me to call her after Black History Month.
Brass, they catch you grasping that straw. They tell you that you were grasping that straw, Brass.
I think she was saying you was trying to win. Because I know the lady, but I don't know the neuroscientist. But I know the lady. It's just she was like, you was trying to. She said you was trying to win, and she said you kept saying it over and over again. She's like,
you know what? And you knew we didn't know no way around it.
Yeah, I was holding on for dear life. I ain't gonna lie.
Because you couldn't figure no way around it.
No, I couldn't. There was nothing else I could say. It was like, it made sense.
Nigga.
2 + 2 is 4, nigga. Just like, what? Yeah, just fight like that. But no, bro, Chef, you should do reactions, bro. Whatever show you do, you should start it off with just like a decent level of reactions. Because even if it ain't you, even if like you might want to prove actual point. But another thing is, you might get I don't think Chief X should get left out of the whole thing. Because after this shit with Reggie, I think that's how it's gonna end up. Everybody just gonna be talking to you left out. So maybe if you want to tell them, it's Switzerland, like if you can talk to me, you know what I mean? Because now it's basically my is just talking about him. And he in the chat under another name, which is so lame. I mean, it is so lame. Bro, he be in the chat 3 times.
He know he welcome, right? He know he welcome.
Right.
But you kind of know when you fucked up, right? So I think he deleted the Reggie video. You feel me?
Like I don't think he should have deleted it though. I don't think he should have deleted it because that's how he felt. That's how he felt.
He was drinking, and Reggie didn't deserve that. Reggie
deserved to be made. The video didn't make Reggie look bad.
It didn't. But the fact that you went with his family up because you lost the argument, that's crazy. You feel me?
You can take the video. Wait. But when you take the video down, it's not like it didn't happen.
Yeah,
the video just ain't there.
Look, it made Chief X look bad because he was, he took it there, and then you see him drinking on the thing too. So he
was
took
drinking
it down
on the show. I didn't watch the show. He was drinking on the show.
He thought his camera was down, and you see him. If I'm thinking about the same show, because
no, that's a different show. That was on our show.
Oh,
no, that's different.
Yeah. He was describing like a different show. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm not. He could, even if he took the video down. If y'all don't think that's how you feel about Reggie, like I hate really that he's not in the Discord now because he can at least explain himself. But if that's how you felt about Reggie, then that's how you feel about Reggie, bro. The truth, and how people feel about each other gets us way further than trying to act like we trying to have a scholarly conversation. That's not a
lot of times when you realize that we don't even know each other to really dislike each other like that. So it could also help you readjust. You feel me? That I really don't got a personal issue with this nigga. You feel me?
But I think he really do.
No, it's impossible.
Bro, you can't say that, bro. You cannot say that, Chef. That's your nature. And that's how you deal with people, and that's your worldview. People hate people they've never met all the time. It happens every day, bro. We living in a different, what you saying, Chef, makes sense for when we was kids and life wasn't so digital, life wasn't so online. But now that life is mainly online,
I'm a
like
witness to that right. I'm a witness to that right now. You hate that nigga, this nigga right here.
yeah, I ain't want to say that. I was thinking it, but I ain't want to say it. But like, if you think if we took Gullah and Stupid's and put them in the same place right
Always
now,
remember that.
it wouldn't be
I love
like,
that dude.
oh, you know,
Because
that
I
was
love
just
retarded people.
like they
I
need to
love
cool
retarded
off.
people. I've always been there for retarded people. I love them. I love him.
This on site.
What?
This on
I
site with me.
love retarded people. Look at him.
It's on
Look at
site
him.
with me.
Now.
I'm gonna beat his
Listen to
ass.
this.
Like,
Listen to this retarded.
Hold on. Y'all still in the conversation. Y'all changing the conversation.
We live, y'all. We live.
Yeah, we live. We also live on YouTube. That's why I started running the conversation. But I'm saying, I don't think he should have took it down.
We was live last night when we
I know. But like, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, I think if everybody told more of the truth, it's easier to move forward. The fact that the reason why a lot of this has gone on and on and on and on is because everybody think they cool. Or the person you're talking to, like for instance, Reggie just came in. Let me use Reggie as an example. Peace to you, brother. Reggie knows and feels like the majority of the people that he talked to on this subject are underqualified and uneducated to even have the conversation. But we're on YouTube, it's a panel, and people address him, and then he'll address them, and he ends up in conversations with people that you really shouldn't even have the conversation with. But it is what it is. But sometimes, Chef, you know this. You gotta tell them off like, yeah, nah. Like when you ask somebody, like they're telling you about the Bite of Benin, the Bite of Biafra, they're telling you about Bitterman and Black Bull, they're telling you all the Black Egypt Japan, the shit that they say on the shows. And then you ask them, well, where's Egypt? And they're like, I don't know. I couldn't point it out. Then you know you ain't really supposed to be talking to them because it can only end in contention. So you have all right to say like you're not qualified, you're not educated. And that's not arrogant. That's not arrogant at all. So I'm saying online, y'all been talking for years. Chief X might really feel like that about Reggie. And that's what he wanted. He was saying things that he was like, I don't even think this is true. This is what I think. You ain't making that up. It's just not something you probably should say unless you just want to destroy friendship. Or maybe it ain't no friendship. You just, we just went through that with, you know what I'm saying? We just went through that where it was like, we took it there. This Discord and some people in it to other people and made a decision like, well, just, fuck it, let's get abducted. Like, it is what it is. If this is the turning point where you go your way and I go my way, then it is, good. At least we got an understanding that I don't like you, you don't like me, and then we good. Like that's a good place to be sometimes. That's a good place to be. I don't want nobody thinking I like them or I'm cool with them, and I'm not. If I'm not, then I'm just not. So yeah, I think that's how you felt. That's a long way to say. I think that's how you felt. And if you really feel like that, don't take it down. Because now, to me, when you take it down, that's when my spidey sense start tingling. And when people say it's just liquor, you damn near kind of confirming it. You know what I mean? Now you confirm it. Like, if you drink something, you don't get mad. So is that your real feelings or is that the alcohol? I think it's just real feeling. But I could be wrong. But y'all go ahead, bro. I ain't trying to. That was a long way to explain. I don't think he should have took it.
I think as a grown man, he should have took it down. First off, he shouldn't have never did it. But
yeah, wait. Okay, that's what he shouldn't have never did it in the first
right. So, and if you do something that you shouldn't have did, it's never too late to take that shit back. You feel me? Or to try to repair what you did. Like I would never tell a person, you dig what I'm saying? It's too late to try to fix that. No, it's never too late to try to fix something. You know what I mean? Especially if you did it. If you cause somebody an injury, you dig what I'm saying? Then
Hmm.
I would never tell you don't try to, you know what I mean, make amends to that, right? Why would I do that, right? Whether it works or not doesn't matter, but it can work towards mending that shit, right? Or not making it worse if you keep it up. If you do a video and you put somebody's family up and you keep that shit up, then you're keeping the same energy up. You dig what I'm saying? Like
Or you mean like
how
if you do a video with a cartoon of a nigga strangling a gorilla and confabulation, you keep that up if you
yeah,
mean it
like
or you don't mean it.
but well, if you have the conversation, I think they meant
Right.
that shit. No,
Right.
I
So
think
then
they
they're
meant
not
that.
supposed to take it down.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't. If Chief X feel as though he was wrong for doing that, you saying he shouldn't take it down because
I
that's
don't
how
think
they
he felt
feel.
like he was
I,
wrong.
I might hold on. I might not like a nigga, right?
Uh-huh.
But if I go and punch that nigga in his mouth, I'm wrong. You feel me? Just because I don't like him, don't mean that I'm not at fault for doing something wrong to a motherfucker. You don't got the right to do something to somebody because you don't like them. That's fucking crazy. You know how
We
many
live in
people
America.
would
That
be,
sound like you. I don't even know what you saying.
bro?
Well,
Are you
Like
serious?
if you
How
don't, if
many
you
people
if
you
you
don't like?
hold on. If you think a motherfucker, no. If it's somebody you don't like, and in your heart you believe
Stay away
like
from them.
they are like yeah, but that don't always work when y'all in the same. Believe it or not, Black Egypt is a space. These 8 channels in this particular part of the conscious community overall, abroad, these 8 channels is its own ecospace. They're the reason why they got friction is because they really can't. It's like living in a one-bedroom efficiency. You're gonna end up bumping into the motherfucker if there's 2 people living there. So it's only like they all frequent the same places. If Reggie on Sonetta and Chief X go on Thursday, he say something, then he say something. The shit is like tennis. I'm saying if you actually feel that way, like for example, he takes the video down. Reggie, you in here. Chief X takes the video down. Do you believe he didn't mean everything he said in that because he took the video down?
he still believes what he believes,
Yeah.
but the problem is, I just want to say a few words
No,
about
go ahead. You can take it from here. Me and Chef will talk about that later.
and
I gotta
I
get
mean,
ready for the show.
yeah. Okay. So basically, okay, it's supposed to be an intellectual conversation, and he would he how can I say, he didn't take it out on Chef because Chef did most of the work. Chef tracked what he said. Chef showed that he was wrong. Chef did all of that, right? He tracked everything that the dude said. Okay, so what he does is he takes it out on a person who is professional. Not saying that Chef is not professional. He takes it out on a person and he brings my family into the conversation. He says that I'm not to father my son, right? Even if, even if perchance that is, and that's just hilarious. But how does he know? So he's saying a lot of false, untruth things about me when the subject is about Black Egypt, right? And so the question is okay. So Brass, you've done a quick review on my son. So my son has political affiliations,
Yeah,
right?
it's
And
official.
my son, hopefully, he's gonna get hooded as a PhD in May, and he's defend after that, and he's gonna get a PhD in science, something that we talk about. My son is getting a PhD in science, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that him and his mother worked on. My former wife, she did run for mayor to the last against Mandami, right? And then it's interesting that my that what it does is it takes people to look at my wife in a very negative way, right? That all of a sudden he's saying that my wife was not truthful to me, that my son is not our son, right? It's something that other people can use against me, but it has nothing to do with the intellectual argument, right? Then he calls me a child predator, and there's no basis in that, right? And and so he says all of this, all because of a disagreement on what he believes, and uneducated and unqualified to he won't be able to write a paper. He doesn't have the how can I say, anybody can publish anything on YouTube, I mean on Kindle or Amazon, but he is not it means nothing to him but clicks and giggles and jokes and trying to get back at a person who largely I've had disagreements with lots of people on these spaces. Certainly the Hebrews and the Christians, I've talked to everybody. I personally have met many of you personally, right? And so my whole point of it is if he kept it up, if he didn't remove it, I was going to have it removed by YouTube community guidelines because it was outrageous. Now, and then he just happens to be in California, and if it wasn't so far, we would be in defamation court in California. The extremes of what is going on is disastrous. That means that people who actually do the work can't tell a person that you're not qualified. You've never published, you never presented, you don't know these people, and then why are you even doing this except for because it gives you a revenue stream one way or another on YouTube, right? It shouldn't be except for that, and this is what's going on YouTube. But they pick a person who's completely changed their life, have had a professional life, and I made the mistake of coming onto these pages to argue things that I think that people should know, or at least know the methodology on how to find out if you believe one way or another.
Can I interrupt you, Reggie? You're too nice. This is the fault that I've had with you for years. You're too nice. You are too nice. It might sound awful, but I say you're too nice. You're trying to choose a peaceful way. There's no way a crackhead could talk to you.
Bravo. You left?
Oh, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life in a jail cell, right? At 60 years old, right? Caught in my behind, right? For somebody like that. I can't be nothing but I'm not being nice. I'm not being nice, but I refuse to take it to a point that I remove myself from because for the betterment of our people. And so yes, I have to be somewhat I'm angry. I'm very, very angry, but but I have to get past that because there's some this takes away from the issue of what we're talking about, right? And so I appreciate that. I appreciate you listening to me, but I would always like to get back to the subject and then try to figure out how I can deal with it's just not him. It's like Cuban, somebody who I know, right? Somebody who I've driven home, somebody who I've walked the streets with. He gets up there and the first disagreement he has about me is about something I said about the Negro. I'm a Negro. My birth certificate, I can show you. My father was a Negro. My mother was a Negro. At 65, I was a Negro. And then all of a sudden, and then he brings it up as to say whatever he was trying to say. I don't understand what he was trying to. Why criticize me for something that I said as if it was just so outrageous? It wasn't outrageous, right? I know that the one drop rule.
I think that's a show though, Reggie. I think y'all two should have had a conversation.
No, that's a waste of my time. Unqualified, uneducated to have a show with me on African American history.
That's
Oh,
why you're too nice.
Damn.
You're
Damn.
too nice.
Damn, you carrying
You,
it
you have
like
the
that.
no,
opportunity.
let me
You
say
have the
this. Let me
opportunity to
say
beat
this.
somebody.
No,
Beat
hold on,
them.
Stevie. Stop,
Come on,
stop
Reggie. Come
gaslight.
on.
Don't gaslight it, Stevie. Right? Because these two brothers know each other. So I'm saying
Knew each other.
that
Knew
right. So
each other.
right.
See,
So
there's
hold
a
on.
difference. When
Listen,
someone does something like that to me, and I've
Reggie, it's
always
not
had
that
kind
it's
words.
not that bad, Reggie. You making it that bad. Right? I'm trying to stop you from going down that road. You feel me?
No, it's
I'm
simple.
saying
Once a person does something like that to me, who I knew, who I talked to, right? And then of all the
he
things
just
that
disagreed with you, Reggie.
no, let's run back what he said.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get this out. Then you can go whichever way you want, right? Now, if y'all disagreement, right, is over the use of the word Negro, I think that's a good conversation to be had. Now, you know what I mean? If you can make the points that you were making about the use of the word Negro in the 20th century, right, in America is valid. His understanding of the word Negro coming from its origin and how it was used in the colonial by the colonials uh, um yeah, I think that's a great call. If all of the stuff that we could talk about, you saying that's not a valid conversation to have?
you know why? Because it's very quickly. One is that I am a Negro, right? By the standards of my birth certificate. I was born a Negro. And I know how, and I'm from the South, right? And so I know how it was in fact used, right? How in fact and where it comes from. Largely it comes from the change of not using African to classifying us against white folks. Simple as that, right? If you have one drop of African blood, you are you are they call us the African descendant. You are either African, you're colored, you're Negro, right?
Hey, Reggie, wasn't it based like maternally as well, like the slave codes and all that? It wasn't just a one drop rule, right? It was like
Correct.
you had.
It's the Virginia slave laws, and the Virginia slave laws, where I'm from, and part of my family, right? We went through all the phases, right? But uh, in a sense, it's the Virginia slave laws, and then it culminated into the one drop rule. But it basically says if you was mixed in any way with an African, right? Then you was basically a Negro, right? If there was the other category was all those colored, and then they broke those things down into different ways for property and things like that. But fundamentally, that's not something that I don't. It's not a disagreement. It's not something to have a show on. It's really not, right? It's not. And so there's no point of me having a conversation, a discussion with him about that. It's not worth my time, right? If someone else asks me a question about it, then fine, we could talk about it. But that wasn't even on the table. That wasn't even.
Hey Reggie, y'all, you don't think it'll be informative if you do a complete show historically breaking down what Negro was and who, like Diop and other scholars at that time thought were Negroes and how that transferred over to America and like the little. You don't think that'll be informative?
Well, I think that well with the French Africans, their version of they remember that they went through their own situation in Europe. They didn't have the American slave laws. They had
Yeah,
their
yeah. So let's stick with American slave laws, right? You know, like in Virginia, because I'm from here too. So you know, like the Melungeons that's in Virginia, that's like that mixed group of
No,
people.
it wasn't just in Paris though. You got the Côte d'Or in Louisiana, French territory in America. Like African American ain't the only African that I have here. Like I'm Afro American and Afro Cuban. Afro-Cubans went through it too, bro. Like in Spanish Americans, Colombia, black people are nigger, a
No,
nigger, a
I
Lucy.
got you,
You know
brother.
what
I
I'm saying?
got you. I was saying, like if there are certain groups who, like the Melungeons. Y'all know who they are in Virginia? Like the people who have like 40% Native American, 40% African, and a little bit of white, but they weren't classified as Negro. That's why I think that combo could be important, like the slave codes, and even pointing to specific
It
people who
comes
may have
up
been.
as a topic, as one of the big topics, but it was just an off remark. Had nothing to do with anybody was talking about. I made a quick remark that I thought covered dealing with mixtures, right? Because in the American slave laws, they were dealing with property and enslavement. And if in fact that you was mixed with African, you would be considered a Negro. And if you and by looking at a person's face and phenotypes, there are groups of people that could hide it. That was a category of colored. But when it came down to the laws, property, who could be a slave, right? That then the issue of Negro dealt directly with having some family relationships because they didn't do DNA at that time with a an African person, right? And it's so it's
What
not
type of African though? Because I think y'all can talk about even like the overlap or connection with like how Negro land and who those people during that time of scientific
that's
racism.
true.
I think y'all
That's
can talk
true.
about all that because they
But
won't
that's
just talk
true.
about any old African when they were saying
That
Negro
but that's
or you.
but they were largely talking about people that were coming over from the West African slave trade. And
Right, right, right.
so it just if you was mixed with any of those groups of people, you would be a Negro for their slave laws. And so children born to parents who were related to the slave trade was converted to slavery for the most part. As and Virginia is an interesting place because that's where they began to encode the laws. But it was just a one-off comment that I made, right? Not necessarily meaningful review unless y'all want to deal with the topic, right? But at the end of the day, why was it brought up at that moment? But somebody in that part I do not understand because I'm a good brother. Like I share things personally with people that I share with people based on just proximity and then believing there's certain maturity, right? And I'm not in a situation. There was another situation about what happened in the Bronx with Bam and stuff like that. That's also related. Um, I I knew who Bam was since I was 15 years old, 14, 15 years old. But this is somebody that I can bump into, right? So I have to think about what is relevant when I had cursory relationships with Bam, right? I knew Ron Savage, right? And I know a lot of other people who were victims of BAM in that regard. But I also know that uh people might get upset with me, but where I grew up, we were dirt poor, and people took advantage. And uh, but Bam's situation, for the most part, I found out later about Campbell. Ron, his situation was Ron was hiding his age. Most of the people that's in Bam's books were adult people, not children, right? These are other people that I know. And then when the book was exposed about who was in the book by Hassan Campbell, I was like, wow, so this is a lot of this is consensual. Bam was the first person to take you shopping, right? And then after he take you shopping and stuff like that, he would just ask what he wanted. If you was an interest to him. But if you're in around him and you're going into clubs, then you have to fake your ID, right? And it came out later that Ron faked his ID. But for the most part, I know a lot of people that was around Bam that Bam did not touch, right? a lot of people like Darrow and stuff like that. I forgot his street name, but a lot of people. But then some people, they just chose to be too close to the dude, right? And then there's people that's even online that I speak to who Bam cracked at, and they just decided to leave Bam alive. There's one brother that I know that we speak to all the time, right? Who's in the music business, and Bam cracked on him. So this is who this guy was.
Who,
But
Morpheus?
I'm not saying who the person is. I'm just saying that there is a person, and I'll let him say it, how it happened. Right?
Morpheus was the only one that we talked to that was in the music business.
I am not. What I'm gonna say is this: Morpheus is in music business. If this is a situation that he had encountered with Bam, he'll let you know what the specifics is. But Bam was just
hilarious.
But you don't understand. This is the type of
That nigga dry snitch.
See, you're
Bro,
not. You're not
swear to God,
mature.
we get in trouble every single
No, it's
day.
fine, but they're not mature. But I can tell you the person that I know.
I don't want to know, Reggie.
I hate when y'all interrupt Reggie. I hate when y'all interrupt.
You know what? I apologize, Corey. I apologize.
I just want to know if Morpheus took the red pill or the blue pill.
I don't think that Morpheus outside of this conversation, Morpheus is not a type of person that you need to crack jokes about. Really.
Nobody worried about Morpheus, Reggie. Let's move on.
Who the hell is Morpheus?
I know who he is.
But I understand. So Morpheus is like, do you understand?
Yeah, I know exactly who he is.
So let me tell you something about Morpheus. Morpheus and Mike Tyson caught a case together. They are close friends, right? Morpheus, they had to separate Morpheus. So they sent Morpheus in one facility and Mike Tyson in another facility, right? And that changed their lives, right? And they got separated because of an incarceration. Some of these people that on YouTube, you think you know, you think you know, but here's another person, Morpheus. All he does is share information. He just shares information from the many years that he's been involved in Islam and understanding Christianity. How does it get into people's personal lives, right? The only thing that I was saying about that has something to do with what Cuban said, and is because of another show, just as another show. So these one-off conversations. But what I'm saying is, can we be kind of professional? Can we just address the issue at hand without bringing in all this other stuff?
That's what I was trying to do.
Wait, what did I say? Because I had.
Hold on, Cuban. I'm gonna let you. Because y'all gonna have a conversation, but I just want to establish just a quick ground rule. But Chef, that's what I was trying to say about if him and Cuban was to talk. And I ain't starting shit. Let's just get the shit out. If him and Cuban was to talk, but Reggie, while he's talking to him, believes or knows to the best of his own ability that Cuban is not educated on the subject enough to his level or unqualified to even have the conversation. That's how these conversations end up contentious. So I actually appreciate the fact that he said it up front. What's wrong with that, Chef? There's nothing wrong with that. Like because at least you save yourself the time when the person in front of you is telling you some shit, but if you don't respect their qualifications or their education, you shouldn't even talk to them, bro.
Okay, so let me ask this, and this no disrespect nobody. Honestly, I had fell asleep. And we weren't. I see y'all on doing a show now. Before it was just a Discord. So I'm lost. What am I not qualified to talk on?
Chef was saying that y'all should do a show. that y'all should have a conversation about what y'all talked about last night. And Reggie
Or
gave,
Negro.
hold on, and Reggie gave 2 reasons why he don't think the conversation is necessary. One, because he's black, so he's Negro. It's on his birth certificate. It's on his parents' birth certificate, which makes it personal to him, and that's more of a personal conversation. But then the other part is that honestly, you're not. I'll let Reggie say that, but Reggie, you can
It's
say that.
not relevant enough for me to say. I mean, if the topic came up in a situation where I really need to address it, but the fact of the matter is that wasn't even on the table.
But I'm talking about you said it that he might not be as qualified or as educated to even have the conversation with you.
Well, my point of it is, I've written on subjects. I've spent a large part of my life where I worked. I worked with the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture at the New York Public Library, right? I've worked with Black scholars almost all my adult life, right? In even under the capacity of Arthur Schomburg, who was a Puerto Rican African, right? An Afro-Puerto Rican, right? Who created the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. I worked in his facility, right? I'm like, why should I, unless a topic comes up, then we can actually address it, but it wasn't even on the table. If it's something that people want to talk about, fine. If that leads to a conversation on Sarnetti's channel, it would immediately, let's debate it. I'm like, first, before I debate something, if I debate something, it's like, who am I debating, or what is it to the person? What is the person has said enough about the subject that warrants me to have a debate with them, right? On that particular subject. I'm a Virginia Negro, right? That's that. I'm a Virginia Negro, and from my understanding of what my family went through, and how myself as a young person in Virginia, right, had to deal with white folks. I understand how they feel, right? I understand simply how you feel. How am I classified? As soon as you're classified as a Negro, you're dirty, you're a criminal, you're subhuman, right? In the regular relationships with white folks in Virginia, 65, 68, you have 68, 65, 68, you have the Civil Rights Bill passing. Before that time, we tried to separate ourselves from them because of the violence, right? Just because of the straight up violence that we had to deal with them. Every store owner, right, was a police officer, right? Every store owner could shoot you. And then when the sheriff comes to pick up the body, they'll just say, hey, how's Mary Jane? How's the Mrs.? We know how you feel. Don't worry about it. We'll clean it up. And the person that was shot, all they need to do is be in charge of something as simple as shoplifting or being suspicious. So these are the things that I lived through. I'm and then to in fact intellectually study the subject, right? To see how they classify us, right? What's the point of and then it didn't matter if you was mixed with a European. The fact of the matter is that you were simply mixed with a person whose family most likely was enslaved. You're a Negro. So mixture is a major part of it, because that's the African American experience, or the Black American experience, or the Negro experience, or the colored experience in the United States. It has to deal with mixture so that they can codify it in one way or another in law for property and for enslavement and for treatment and just general status in the community. So it's not that it's just one of those things that leads to another thing, like this thing with this other person. Cuban I value more, but I certainly didn't know where that came from, right? But this situation with this guy that talked about my family. My son is very well accomplished. You can look him up. he's in 2025. He was named America's Rising Scientist. And I
But
laughed.
Reggie, so you're lumping. You don't now. I love everything that you just said. That history about Negro that you just gave, right? But Cuban is not a person that is argumentative. You don't think that that conversation would be fruitful? You're not. That's not Chief X. You feel me? That's not Chief X. That's not somebody that's gonna approach the subject in that matter. You feel me? He'll give his information on it and his perspective. You give yours. You dig what I'm saying? You feel
What's
as
the
though
value? Watch this.
hold on, let me finish. So you don't think he has nothing worthwhile to say on the subject?
If he does, then he should say it. If it's not worth my time,
Okay.
it's simply
All right.
not. Listen,
Can
I
I?
talked about a lot of subjects on this show, on these shows, right? That subject is not worth my time. If I was talking to someone, a European or something like that, it might be worth my time, but that's not worth my time. It's simply like I pay just like everybody else does. I pay to get my views across, but I can pick and choose what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about, but I can spend my time talking about conduct. That's what to me was more problematic. Is why when at the same time people are attacking me on YouTube for my views against their religion and their other things, why would he just come up and single me out as if I did a crime? As if I'm pseudo or I made a mistake. Why? With all of now, mind you, Chief X had just attacked me and my family. So now I got to hear something else about what Reggie did. What the fuck is Reggie doing?
All right. Let me just okay. All right. I think that there's a mistake here, and I'm actually going to admit to the mistake. I'm going to take fault for the mistake. All right. So the other day, you see how like when y'all were talking, I said, "Oh, I fell asleep and I just woke up and y'all live and Reggie's in the room." So the other day, it was the same thing. Came home from work, y'all were in the Discord, and we were in the Discord, and I fell asleep. I wake up, and when I wake up, y'all live, and I heard what I. This is what I heard. As soon as I wake up, what I heard was, Negro in the 1970s meant people were mixed. So I heard that, right? So then later on, I said to everybody, I was like, yo, I was like, what was that about? Like, what was he saying? So basically, most people said that they just didn't pay you no mind. Like they didn't they didn't feel the need to say anything or whatever. So I think there's a possibility that I really misunderstood what you were saying. And so when I came on yesterday in my car, I'm on Bluetooth, and I was telling them like I went back to hear the live, and yeah, I heard the wong wong wong, and the Bluetooth sucks. So it's like when I'm in the car and like say we're like in a gathering like this, like if I don't talk loud, you're not going to hear me. So it may have come off like I was yelling, but I honestly wasn't yelling. And I was trying to find you earlier that day on Discord. So when they were like, "Yeah, Cuban was looking for you," blah blah blah. So I think that there was a misunderstanding there because when you just explained Negro and you were saying the whole one, like I knew about the one drop rule, so I knew like say if you had somebody that I don't know, they had a percentage of black in them, they would classify and say that person is black. So therefore now that person that was just classified as black is mixed because they're like mostly white and they have like a tad bit of black in them. So like I totally get. I totally get. So I think perhaps I misunderstood you. Absolutely. And yesterday, just as far as the Bluetooth goes, so it sounded like I was like on a vendetta type thing. And I wasn't. So I just
Well,
I mean I don't
accept that, but let's move on. We could just move on because it's not you stated what you said. I can accept it, and it was just that at these time periods, this other guy and this other guy is attacking me, and then I'm looking at when he's attacking me. When I go back and look at the chat, I see how the stuff spreads. So I'm like, I don't want to be the focal point. My information.
Where everybody starts thinking you're a victim of some kind or something like that.
If you want to couch it
I just wanted to say it plain. Like this guy did it on a public stage, and now people in the chat doing it. And now the guy comes up and yells, and what's the names, and now everybody think they could just say, I understand.
And all of this is to deal with my arguments, not me as a person.
I get that.
Like that, and that should be it in any way. If we're dealing with subject, we should be. We're not savages, right? So if it's worth our time to deal with the conversation, fine. But again, not directing this at all to Cuban, right? A lot of these subjects, a lot of people have not been in a research museum. I mean, a research library, right? Not been to a museum, right? The amount of books that they've read on the subject is limited. The amount of Googling is the majority of what we do, right? And so it's just this dilemma. So when I come on and there's a subject on that I'm interested in at least adding some information to, I think I try to add some information to, right? Or not. Like the situation with Professor Small and Introducci. I have some agreements, but a lot of disagreements. I know what they're trying to say, but the fact of the matter is, the simple thing is, ask them for a source of what they say. But on Sonet's channel, he was helping them promote an event, a bazaar, an event that they was doing. But the simple thing is, like we do with everybody else, what is the source for what you were saying?
Brother Reggie. But this is where we run right back into what I was trying to say before.
Yes, sir.
If what you saying is absolutely crazy, bro, I'm doing myself and the audience a disservice by then asking you for a source. If you up there blatantly saying 3 + 3 is 9, and I know it's 6, the chat knows it's 6, but Sonetta trying to help him sell a snake oil or whatever the hell grifting he doing, asking him for a source, this is what I mean where the contention comes in. You have the right. I don't know what your qualifications are. Maybe I got a new job here. I don't know what your qualifications are, right? I know you're degreed. I know you worked on subjects. I know you're published, right? So I know what you tell me. You have the right to make the statement you're not qualified to have this conversation with. And not worry about how somebody gonna feel about it. You worked in libraries, so he's obviously got some qualifications that other people don't. You have the right to say it.
Worked in a law office for 16 and a half years.
Right, so you have the right to say it, and you don't gotta say, I'm not directing this at you, or like Corey always say, the clutching the pearls. Everybody clutches their pearls when a man says something to them. It's like,
but me and Cuban, we're not arguing at this point.
No, I ain't talking about you and Cuban. I'm just speaking in general. You just said you was talking about Infandici and asking for a source. I'm not asking him for a source because he can't even say he's saying Macedonia and all this other wild shit. I'm not. That's not even like
he named himself Yehudimus.
Right. Like soon as he started messing up vowels and spelling structure and names, there's nothing else for me and him to talk about. You just don't watch, right? One of the benefits I got, Brother Reggie, is I don't watch people's shows.
Yes, sir.
So that I don't have to, unless I'm asked to, I'll watch a show or I'm throwing a show. But I don't watch people's shows for a perfect reason. So I don't have to sit there and get convoluted. I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how y'all can watch Sinetta, watch Brother Reggie, watch Gullah, watch Chef, watch Garfield, watch all these different shows. Y'all will be spun in a blender because they all saying different variations of the same thing or something completely different. I'm not asking sources. Yeah, and I think, Brother Reggie, I think even with you, you don't, if somebody asks you for a source, you're not, at least I will give you the credit on this without even not knowing what you're talking about. Even if you say something that everybody don't agree with, you have a source. So you're somebody where if you do say something, even if I vehemently don't agree, like everybody jokes with you about this black bull. But I remember at that time, well, you sat there and gave a source. You gave a source, information, explanation, how you got there, pictures, different stuff. So that right there, you different. But I'm saying some people, you just don't got to have a source. And I don't think, I'm not your management, but I don't think you should even have conversations with everybody. That's a fact. I think because you be having conversations with everybody, because like, for example, right, I'm going to bring the nigga up. Last night, when you was talking about what you were saying about whoever was talking about you in the chat, right? You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong. But it's got to be, you can't say this and you can't say that and you don't say this and this guy's so nice. Don't say that. That leads to the bullshit. It's so many things unsaid. That's why these guys be arguing for so long. They've been arguing for 15 years, 5 years, 10 years about the same thing because you ain't never just said what you really want to say, and it ain't about Egypt. So I don't know.
But that's why I'm on. That's why I'm on your show. I pick and choose the shows that I want to be on, right, and who I want to address. So if there's a popular person on Sonetta's channel, right, let's say Captain Cesario, and that means anywhere between 1,000 people is going to be watching this show, right? And he's going on unchecked, and he's saying they're saying some wild stuff about the Bible just put itself together and the church fathers is bullshit. And so I'm going to check him. I'm going to say, so what are the fragments that was put together? He curated, who selected it, right? Who promoted it, right? And so because the Bible didn't put itself together. And so stop fooling the people. Now, how I can do that is because even with them, even though we have a disagreement, they know that I have sources. So I'm just saying you feeling froggy, leap, because you're talking to thousands of people on the Infidisi show and the Professor Small show. Well, I wasn't feeling well. I was traveling, and I knew what Sonetta was doing was just promoting what I had explained to you about the bazaar. Someone contacted them, right? Wants to promote them to make money for themselves. So they find great speakers or speakers that are very popular, and they want to use those people, pay them something, and make some money, right?
Yeah.
And then and to promote it, it's going to be sometimes controversial, some of the wildest things.
Yeah, it's going to be some good snake oil, some good grifting. And yeah, but they're going to make money, and people in America do that every day. I understand where you come from.
Right, and I just chose not to get involved with and the interesting thing is, both of them know me. One of them knows me a long time, but it's interesting because it wasn't about me. But if you want to talk to men about men, I ran an organization for damn near 20 years on dealing with Black men, right? But my name didn't come up because I'm the actual model of what they talked about. I'm the one the scholars prepared, right? They who else did they prepare? Me. Me and the brothers that I work with. We were always at every meeting, every disagreement, every promotion, right? And we put our futures on the line for what their thoughts. That's all of them. So I'm smiling because then I'm like, well, if you're gonna talk about men, then talk about the men that you produced.
This Infandishi guy, right?
Well,
Jehudimus.
Jehudimus, right? Is he some kind of serious guy or something? Because I don't remember Shesma. I don't remember who that is, but he said, "If I'm just this is a show, so I'm reading the chat." How serious is crazy. So it says Infandishi has read more books than I have seen, or you have seen. I think he's either talking about me or you. But ain't that the guy that believe in like reptile people or something?
Well,
what I think Cuban put this in the chat. Don't he believe in reptilians or something like that?
Okay, so Infandishi has an academic, unlike a lot of people actually. He went to Rutgers University.
Which one?
I don't know which of the Rutgers universities, but the one, the School of Anthropology.
Rutgers New Brunswick. Okay.
Infandishi went to, graduated from, but how can I say so? He's been in a lot of conferences. He's spoken many times. His ideas of reptilian aliens. I don't deal with that, but his meta necha is he studied under Dr. Richetti. I was in the first class. I didn't continue, and he was in the second class, and he continued his meta necha and his knowledge of ancient Egyptian writing is very good. But that's not what he was talking about. But his writing. If I have a question about grammar or something, and I need it quick, if I can't call other students of Dr. Richetti, I'll call Infandishi. His grammar is very good.
I need you to teach me something about the conscious community when you're done.
Sure.
I need you to teach me something. So,
yeah, sure.
You teach me this real quick. In real life, you could have a doctorate, march for Martin Luther King, saved babies, and cured cancer.
Yes, sir.
But as soon as you start talking about reptilian people, we throw you away. So why in the conscious community would he even get the untruth? When I say he's talked about reptilian people, and it's not just you. I'm just using this example because this happens a lot to me. So
Brad. Harden went to the
Cavaliers.
Yeah, and AD went to the Wizards.
Y'all religious. Y'all religious. Y'all are religious. Y'all.
Oh my God, bro! That means LeBron going back home. So I'm glad about that.
It's about to get traded to Dallas.
Wait, if AD went to the Wizards, what did the Mavericks get in return?
Probably. Ooh, that's a good one. Probably.
Y'all got no shame in your game.
No, we don't.
I think they might get Giannis.
Yeah,
they might get Giannis.
I think Memphis trying to get Giannis. That's the only reason to move Jaren Jackson. No, but you're talking to a bunch of guys during the trade deadline.
My bad, Randy.
No, it's fine because you're talking about your religion. You're talking about wizards. You know, you're talking about.
I like that. I like how you did that.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Reggie, that was good. That was
a good spin.
That was real. I like that spin. I like that spin. That man said, y'all talk about wizards and hornets and shit. and you blaming him for reptilians?
Exactly.
But yeah, no. But listen to what I'm saying though. But sports is that's an American way of life. We all do it. Sports gambling is damn near religion now. But my question though, teach me this. So in real life, if me and you were at a rally right, of political rally of some any kind, and they were introducing the guy, and the question on the floor was, this guy believes in reptile people, in reptile aliens.
Mhm.
The person, when they introduced him,
Mhm.
when they started talking about all of his qualifications, all of his education, what he knows, what he specializes in the real world, we go back to, yeah, but he believes in reptilian people and aliens. We should, you tend to get ostracized from the community per se. Why in the conscious community can a person talk about reptile aliens as people? Say like the most outlandish, crazy things, and then somehow still remain credible, deemed as like someone, like a source of information. Outside, other than just this person is now crazy, we got to put him in this box.
Okay. For example, I could pull up a video where I could show that there was UFO conference and Minister Louis Farrakhan and his and members of his organization was at the front seat of that conference.
Okay.
Right. I can in the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad is in the spaceship.
Okay.
But Infadishi Jehudi Mas, Infadishi is a title, by the way. It's a title. And Jehudi Mas is his is the name that means born of Tahuti, right? Whatever that, right? And so that's his name when he teaches Medu Neter and other stuff. How can we do this? Is because first of all, he's in a different generation. Both him and Professor Small is 80 years old. So you have they could tell you about different time periods. So it's like me talking to Mr. Louis Farrakhan or anybody else. I know that they have these thoughts. I have to just pick and choose why I'm dealing with them, what the subject at hand is. But I'm not going to throw them. Not going to throw them away. I'm just not going to engage like you wouldn't in that necessary conversation.
Okay.
Malcolm was a pimp. Malcolm X dated white women, but we black. I'm not. But his other part of his life is extraordinary. So they're promoting an event, and the people that will go to the event will listen to them based on their own particular purposes. Some of the people want to get photo ops and get close to them to say that I knew this person in my lifetime. A lot of that stuff goes on. A lot of fanboy stuff goes on to say that, oh, he was my teacher. Okay. And a lot of that stuff goes on. I had a big argument with somebody in the conscious community at the time talking about Professor Small is my mentor. I'm like,
was he?
No, well, online on a phone call, right?
Okay.
And I'm like, I talked to Professor Small, and he says, well, I can't tell a person that they're not my student. I said, okay, so anybody can just walk up to you and engage you in a phone call, and that's just, yeah, because I'm teaching them. And I'm like, okay. If that's your merit of being a teacher or a mentor to someone, okay, that's fine. I'm 60 years old. I'm not trying to hear any of that stuff, right? But and it's like Sarasun Seti, how I got how I had a problem with Sarasun Seti. He was saying that he was Dr. Ben's student. I took Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan to a lecture of Sarasun Seti, and Dr. Ben cursed me the hell out. That's not my student, right? He's Azraquazi's student, right? He's learned some things. He went on a couple of trips with me, with Azraquazi and myself, but Dr. Ben does not consider him a student, and that became a real big. If y'all don't remember, that became a real big issue where I was like ostracized, right? Because I was going against SETI. And then SETI then comes up and says the MetaNet has not been deciphered and all this stuff. And that's not something that Dr. Ben taught, right? And so I get into a lot of trouble. So so your answer, my answer to you in the conscious community, that's what it is, the conscious community, or this is not necessarily academic. You guys, what you do is you push back on a lot of stuff, so I appreciate it. And sometimes I come out okay, sometimes I don't, dealing with y'all, because you're professionals, right? You're professionals in your own life, and you engaging in this because you're concerned that our people engage in things that are outrageous. So I come on your channel, and I hope sometimes, Brass, that Sheffrin's different. Y'all niggas is crazy, Out of your goddamn mind. And then
that was a perfect rendition. That was perfect.
What Chef, what did you want me and Reggie to talk about?
Nothing. You're not qualified.
Yeah. Now that we know that you're not qualified.
Yeah, now that we know that you're not qualified, it doesn't matter.
Can't even speak on the word.
Yeah, you're underqualified and uneducated to talk about the subject.
Well, he's honest because he told you how in fact he came to making that comment, and I just think I want to leave it alone.
No, I think Reggie, that's not really about you. That's really more for me. If I am going to be forced to listen to these conversations, it's going to have to be just a little bit more truth that's going to come from me. And for me, when I know a lot of this is unnecessary conversations lead to contention. You know what I mean? How Reggie, if you walked around the Bronx and you left out your door and you just started talking to every single person you saw, like this ain't the South, this is the Northeast. If you just started talking to everybody you saw and tried to have conversations, eventually you're gonna get into a fight with somebody. Like, you can't just talk to everybody, right? If you go on the subway, you can't try to have a conversation with everybody. So when I see that the person is they think they unqualified, it happened with Dude and Corey last night, right? It seemed like when you just say it out loud, right? It's not the air of, well, I wonder what he thinks about him or he thinks about him. To be quite honest, I don't think I say this to Corey all the time. People actually be talking to Corey like they think he's stupid or something. Like he don't he's just a drunk that don't know nothing. If you actually listen to what he's saying, you will probably have a good conversation. But you go into it with these preconceived notions. So it makes more sense to just say that that's what you think and then don't engage in the conversation. You save yourself a lot of time.
But how can Cuban be unqualified, but Infudi should go to the anthropology school and talk about reptilians, and he qualified?
But wait a second, what would because I have no hard time if I'm not qualified, what would the conversation be about?
Yeah, I don't know, but you're not qualified and uneducated to have it.
Infudi,
but I had a question. Last night.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Before we get there, I'm really not trying to talk. I'm just trying to get an understanding. Chef, what was the conversation you wanted me and Reggie to have?
The Negro conversation.
Okay, so if you're talking about race, you're talking about social constructs of race. Not trying to toot my own horn, and I know a lot of people don't watch my channel, but I'm like one of the only few people that has the conversation that talks about it.
But what he's saying is not that he's not saying that you are unqualified and uneducated on the subject. He's saying if I'm sitting in front of you, Rush, mute your mic so I won't hear your shit. He's saying that if I'm standing in order for me to have that conversation, the person in front of me would at least have to be as qualified or close to qualified and as educated as I am on the subject. Other than that, it's not a fruitful conversation for him. It's a waste of time.
Okay, so now in defense of my intelligence, okay, I gotta defend myself here.
You can, but I mean that's how you feel. It ain't gonna change.
I'm not turning the conversation away. I'm not big. I don't care about debates. I like having conversations and coming to an understanding. Now, but I would say this, Reggie. Since I've met you, seeing conversations in physical, in person, to conversations I've seen you had online with people, bro, you've talked to Slee Stacks. You've talked to, bro. You've talked to people like, okay, you can read Metanetta, but then you're having conversation with people who's trying to tell you what Metanetta says and they can't read it. And you've had infinite conversations with people like that. So I don't know if that's a passive aggressive insult towards me. I don't know how to take that. I'm not mad at you.
It is. You don't got no respect.
Yeah, it's okay, because I will say this, Reggie. Last night you revealed something. And what you revealed was, now this part I did get upset at you about. I did raise my voice. That wasn't intentionally raising your voice at you. Was when you said you made a comment saying I was disrespecting Black Americans, and that wasn't true at all. And then you said, I'm not going to have somebody like you, a non-African American, telling me about my people. And I wasn't trying to, that's not what I was trying to do, but let's just say that was the case. So would you say that a professor in history cannot speak on African studies if they are not West Central African? Like if a Chinese person was a professor, PhD in African studies, they can't teach a class of anybody on African studies? Because I mean,
you. Why are you talking about professors and shit? You talking about you?
No, because he said I'm not listening to nobody. So what I'm trying to understand is like where
that.
Yeah, that's what I recall. But if I'm
you just said he don't want to talk to you about it. That's all.
Oh, so then what? So what is it, Reggie? Do you think that ICE is gonna knock on your door? Is it because I don't know? Like, do you have an issue with Cubans? Do you have an issue with?
No,
he just told you you can't accept it.
I
didn't hear him say anything.
I don't have a problems with Cuban people like Haitian people or some of my heroes. However, that's in the context of their work. And the issue was that I so confused why you made me the first person that you brought up, right? And so I was talking about you when I said Cuban. I wasn't talking about the great Cuban people. Not all of them great, but Cuban people. I was talking you.
I would say a lot of us and went through the same horrors in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, I know, Corey. I felt you right there, Paul.
Y'all is nuts.
I got that.
I swear y'all nuts. I swear to God, y'all
I got that right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got that.
So all the
I'm gonna say something. I'm African American and I'm gonna say something.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with you, go or something.
So Arthur Schomburg or Turo Schomburg.
Wait, I hate to cut you off. Before you go into this, can you just answer Cubans? Do you have a problem repeating that he's underqualified and uneducated to speak, bro? Do you have a problem saying that? Because that's what he's asking.
He just don't want to talk to you about Negroes, okay? Like, what? Why are we going around in circles and circles about
I agree.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
I agree, bro. I'm bringing it up. Hold on, but Corey, I'm saying it like this so we can skip all the bullshit. We all
let's just get to the nitty gritty. What is it?
Ain't nobody feelings gonna be hurt if that's how you feel.
Yeah. He don't respect you as much as he respect Mfudishi. Mfudishi gonna talk about melanin people
Reggie
flying
look.
around in outer space.
And so that brings me back to
I
my
mean,
question. I
Reggie,
wanted to
He'll
ask the
still talk
panel
to him. He ain't gonna tell you.
because y'all
it's
finna go into a
evident,
fucking
Reggie.
argument thing, bro. I
Go ahead.
wanted to
Go ahead,
switch gears. Can we get moving
Go ahead,
on?
brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. Take your time.
I swear to God, bro, I see how the shit be happening, bro. Like motherfuckers ain't satisfied until somebody get in an argument and cuss each other out. Like we push it and push it and push it and push it and push it until somebody eventually cuss each other out. Like why we do that, I have no fucking idea.
Because nobody's
it's
telling
fucking
the
crazy to me.
They're not telling the truth. That's my whole point.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying.
Hold on, Corey. No, wait, Cuban. Corey, that's my point. I'm not trying to push them to get into a fight. I'm pushing them to tell the fucking truth. If you don't, like Logic just said, how many conversations do y'all have? You did this shit last night. How many conversations do y'all have in this community where y'all don't respect the person you talking to? You don't think the person you talking to makes any fucking sense at all. You don't even think they could put on a pair of pants correctly without help. And then y'all start having these high-level conversations that end in contention when you could have just simply said, I don't think you qualified to have this conversation with me. I actually think you dumb, don't talk to me. It's easier to do that, bro.
So I just want to hear from his mouth. Is that what you think, Reggie? Tell the truth.
That might have been a little exaggeration, okay?
No,
he don't think that.
I can't exaggerate his words, bro. When Cuban
okay, my bad. Well, he said that, bro.
When Cuban
get over
he was
it. Get over it.
Reggie doing
he said
Reggie Reggie
they said a lot of bad, worse things about me.
Too nice. When Cuban said he was asleep, Reggie said, he said the Negro thing is personal to him. It's on his birth certificate and his family's birth certificate. The second part, he said there's two things. The second one is underqualified and uneducated to have the conversation with me. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Brass, let me say something, please, quick. Brass, Corey is my brother. I have to check my DNA. Not Corey. Brass is my brother. I know that Brass is my long-lost brother. I don't know how, but him love this shit. Don't let him fool you. Him love this shit. That's what I know. That is my brother.
I just want these niggas to, hey, Stupies, I'll walk you down too. I'm just letting you know.
I mean, look.
But that's a fact.
That's what he thinks.
Hey, listen. Okay, we done said enough about this shit, right? So now I got a question. For everybody. Now, and kind of Logic kind of reminded me about it, right? And this is what I don't understand about the conscious community. And Reggie might be able to help me out kind of more than everybody else. But if anybody else want to chime in and try to help me out, you're more than welcome, right? So we look at Mfudishi and like all of the things that he say. Now, fine, y'all, somebody can point to the reptilian shit and say, that's why, the point to the wildest thing that he say, it ain't convincing me, right? So, but when we look at what he talks about when he's serious, when he's talking about Egyptian history and shit like that, right? When we look at people like Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Ben, Ivan Van Sertima, these types of people, and Jabari Osase, all these types of people, right? And then you look at others who revere these people, who stand on the shoulders of your Dr. Ben's, your Sheikh Anta Diop's, your Ivan Van Sertima's and shit like that. You look at the people who stand on those folks' shoulders, right? And you look at Mfudishi Jehudimus, right? What I was saying last night and what my question was is, it seems like to me, and I'm asking why does it seem like to me that Mfudishi is much, much more closer to Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Ben, and Ivan Van Sertima and the likes of those guys, right? Than Brother Reggie's, your brother Unc's, You know what I'm saying? And the rest of these people out here who say they stand up. So and then like Brother Unc, he sits up and says like, well, Infudisi is some wild ass off the wall guy, right? But he's closer to Sheikh Anta Diop than he's ever been. So it don't. I'm trying to figure out like it don't make sense to me. Is y'all? And then they'll look at me and say, well, Corey, Concrete Corey, you ain't never read Sheikh Anta Diop's work, right? But then when I do read some of the work and I see the things that he's saying, it lines up more with Infudisi than whatever you niggas is talking about. So like I just don't understand, why is Infudisi the insane motherfucker and all the rest of you niggas know what the hell y'all talking about? Go ahead, somebody answer me.
Well, I know the difference is, see, okay, Infudisi, Professor Small, Anthony Browder, Ashwan Kwesi, Asa Hilliard, Jacob Carruthers, all of them were Malefi Kiti Asante, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. I brought in the PhDs to make my point, is that they put themselves under Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, William Hansberry, Leo Hansberry, and others, right? To learn from, even though they were PhDs, right? Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, they're all under them. This class that I had just mentioned are all under them. I happen to have been around to see the dynamics between Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben in New York, and some of the people that I named, many of the people that I named, right? I don't have any close connections to Ashra Kwesi or Tony Browder, right? But in some of the conferences. And so one is that I know what Dr. Ben taught, and I know the changes from what Dr. Ben and Dr. Diop and Dr. Clark taught. Why? Because I was there when sometimes they were learning themselves, right? Now, Dr. Ben and Infudisi Jahudimas, right? Infudisi, I know where they disagreed. I know that I know that Dr. Ben would just say, listen, Infudisi, like, first of all, when they were talking, the big elders was talking, nobody was talking. So all these great charismatic leaders, they was in a room with their mouths zipped shut, just like everybody else, right? They weren't talking. Now, they had times when they was with them to talk. Some of the things, many of the places I was not personally there, but some of the times I was in fact there. So they had particular guidelines. Now they're very charismatic people, but I was there when I heard the great teachers talk, and their mouths were zipped shut. Now they may not like it, but I'm telling the truth, right? Because they was learning when I was learning. They had some things that age group, because they were older, knew more than me, because I was certainly 22, 23, 24. So now, so Corey, the issue is when they're talking. Okay, so Infudisi says that he's in a situation that everybody in Africa, he didn't qualify himself, but we're Black Africans. That's his personal stance. That's his work. That's what he teaches on. Okay. Well, he's not in your age group. He's not even in your
but Reggie, and I apologize, Reggie. But what I'm saying is, Sheikh Anta Diop was talking about the West African connection, right? As a matter of fact, he talked about linguistic connections to Wolof and this and that. And Infudisi, when I was hearing him, he was alluding to those types of things that Sheikh Anta Diop was alluding to, right? So now I'm saying, like, now when having conversations with like, we'll just use Brother Unk as an example. Having conversations with Brother Unk and Smash and you and all of these other guys, right? That, you know, like, Infudishi's the wild guy, but Sheikh Anta Diop is the genius guy, right? But Infudishi's saying what Sheikh Anta Diop is saying, but then Infudishi's wild as fuck. It don't make sense to me.
Because I know it ain't nothing but push.
Go ahead, Reggie.
does.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Go
It
ahead.
does, because because what Dr. Diop was saying, he actually wrote about it. You can track whether you believe he's crazy or not based on his specific writings. Infudisci is talking about his statements, what he believes, how he sees the work, right? I can read Dr.
But I'm saying, though, he's closer to Sheikh Anta Diop than the other guys that I mentioned, right?
Actually, in some regards, yes. In some regards, no, because Diop didn't say. Diop, how can I say? Diop talked about specific connections, largely based on linguistics, right? And Dr. Obenga, right? Dr. Theophilo Obenga, specific, very specific examples, right? And so that's the difference. That's the difference between the two. One is we can track Dr. Diop's writings to see exactly what he said. He didn't say, for example, okay. So when it comes to Rwanda and Infudisci's talking about the Great Lakes, and then he says, Dr. Ben said, we come from the mountains of the moon where God happy dwells. I actually talked to Dr. Ben about that. Right? And I know where Dr. Ben said that he got it from. It wasn't his original work. He said he went to an exhibition, and that was the caption. And he used he used that caption. Now in the Famine Stella, which we can actually, that's going too far, but in my own research because I actually had a relationship with Dr. Ben, in the Famine Stella, there was a big thing where they was trying to push Dr. Ben off the cliff because they wanted to know where he got that from. And they were attacking him because he said it came from in the Huneppa Papyrus. Now people can read the Huneppa Papyrus, and they don't say that in the Huneppa Papyrus. And they was trying to beat the brakes off of Dr. Yosef Ben Joachim. Now, Infudisci, he's come on, he's doing an event. He's doing an event, and that doesn't excuse him for not being that doesn't completely excuse him for not qualifying what he's saying. It's because if he he's read the Famine Stella, he's actually translated the Famine Stella, right? And it says the Korots, and those refer to the cataracts, and that's in Nubia, right? That's where the White Nile and the Blue Nile, how can I say, separate, right? So I can listen to it and I can say, okay, when I go and see Infudisci, I will talk to him specifically about that. And if you ever see me talk to Infudisci, it's very qualified. It's how can I say, it's straight to the point. And I don't think that Infudisci is wild. I just think that look, Dr. Ben, all of them, but then white scholars are wild. White scholars and UNESCO said the craziest shit.
I said that too. I said
you did.
To me, Reggie, both sides is crazy in the mother. This 1974. Now I don't. Again, the rest of the UNESCO people and Everybody down at those are the top scientists in the world. Everybody down at the United Nations and all that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that. I'm specifically talking about the 1974 UNESCO conference on the peopling of Egypt. Everybody in that motherfucking group was crazy. Something was wrong with them folks. Something was wrong with them folks, bro. Like, nobody needs to ever reference that conference for anything. Ever at all on either side of it.
Well, they did reference it in the UNESCO, the later UNESCO, I think number 9. They revisited parts of it, but I don't disagree. After I read it, I was like, this whole conference was to make Diop and Bangalore a fool. It was about 6
and they were there to do the same thing to the white folk though. That's the problem, though. If we honest, like they wanted to make them white folks look like fools.
Well, I agree, because the white folks using methodology and kept going back to their status quo racist methodology, and Diop was trying to put Egypt.
I enjoy when you come over here, Reggie, because this is where you can.
This
is the only place where you can really get your actual thoughts out, Reggie, and this is where you be keeping it 100, Reggie. And I also wanted to say, like, as far as being closer to Diop, I think in the community, right? I think you a little closer to Diop than a lot of the other ones who trying to act like they ain't, saying with Diop and saying. I think you kind of, put your chest out there and you're willing to you're willing to sacrifice yourself for what you believe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't care what we think. You don't care what me and Sheffrin or some other guy thinks about what you've come up with in your head. Like, you will put it out there like, yo, this is what I think about it. This is what I've come up with. So I appreciate that, Reggie. A lot of other people, they tippy-toeing and they scared to say what they think. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to. They want to say, well, this is what I'm only reading what somebody else wrote. I don't have no thoughts on it, but I'm sticking my chest out and arguing with every motherfucker that I come in contact with about the subject matter. But I'm not saying nothing. This ain't none of my opinion. You see what I'm saying? But Reggie, you do that, and I just want to say I appreciate that from you, because and also because Reggie, you are elder in this community, and I appreciate you. And I again, I give you a lot of shit. We do that with one another, but I just want you to know, like, I value you in this community.
Well, I do.
If nobody else does, I do.
Hey, Corey.
Great
Corey.
conversations.
Hold on, brother Reggie.
Y'all capping.
Hey, Corey. I almost. I mean, like I was 2 seconds. I'm a little dehydrated, but one single tear almost ran down my motherfucking cheek.
It welled it up. It didn't drip. It welled it up.
It didn't drip. It dried up before it got to my cheekbone. But goddamn, that's the most I've ever heard from you. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give Brother Reggie his flowers, because he do come over here and, like, he shares things that, like, we need to hear, the community need to hear. And you know what I'm saying? And he don't have to do it. He don't have to. You know what I'm saying? And I just appreciate him doing it, though.
Yeah, So the issue is, look, I used to listen to Dr. Diop and Dr. Jeffries like almost every Friday night, right, as they corresponded over the phone. Where you had to place a call, right? You had in the 80s, you had to place a call. You had to call the operator and tell the operator to dial Africa, and then they would have this funny ring, 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 as they were kind of like plugging things. Right, it wasn't all digital. You actually had to place a call, and
switchboard shit.
Switchboard shit. And I was on my way to meet Dr. Diop in '86, but we were going in July, and he died in somewhere in February early, maybe March, but January, February, he died. And then I ended up working on his book, Civilization of Barbarism, on the translation team. So I have yeah. So I actually have unlike a lot of people, a real connection to his work. But I can also see where in UNESCO he made some mistakes, and he opened himself up for this attack for them to make it racial when he was simply saying what the Egyptians called one one aspect. He was simply saying what the Egyptians called themselves and called themselves, not based on called themselves, right? Now, and he was doing a linguistic analysis on based on this word Kemet that we have been arguing with, but we stopped arguing about the word Kemet, and then now it's just Black Egypt. But what Diop says and what the community is saying sometimes is totally different because they hadn't read. I can listen to somebody and figure out if they've actually read the work, and most people have not read the work, and that's that, and that's that, and the rest of it is just for other people clicks and giggles and them making themselves more important when they weren't even they weren't in the history of it. And then I have to go to some of my they're not all older than me, but I have to go to these conferences. I go to these conferences where some of the people with PhDs, and I have to say, what are you talking about? Like, and they literally have to hear me. They literally have to hear me. Y'all don't have to hear me, but they literally have to hear me, right? So, like people got upset with me. I asked Dr. Cambone a question, and people were like, "Why am I attacking Dr. Cambone? I'm not attacking Dr. Cambone. He's a PhD. I'm asking a very specific question about something that I have a disagreement with. I believe that these people were cattle cultures in their earliest form, and uh, yeah, they were cattle cultures, and they were herds. It wasn't about race, but it was maybe herds is a proto race. But I also heard Dr. Diop say that the ancient Egyptians called themselves Kemet and not the Nubians, and it wasn't about race; it was about culture, right? And so, but the Europeans spun this to make it all racial, and it was 1974, right? And they hadn't fixed themselves. Now, when people go back and reread this 74, they say what you say, Corey. They was wild. They said one thing and did another thing. It's like oh, Europeans in America, white folks in America. They talk about justice. They talk about all of these the Constitution, and they violated every chance they fucking get. But they couch it. So they was wild, and I'm for Diop and Obenga to go into that wild ass conference, and their whole point of it is just putting really conference was the peopling of the Nile Valley, right? And the decipherment of the Marug script. They were talking. They were supposed to be talking about all the different peoples, so they wasn't talking about race. But the wild ass Europeans was making the Egyptian Semitic and all this shit like that, right? Using their high level BS. Okay, enough of that. Is there something else we want to talk about? Because
Yeah, just real quickly, I'm curious. I think Corey kind of touched on it, but didn't really directly ask the question because
this is logic.
Yeah.
Hey, logic.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
But as if Cuban wasn't
Yeah, Reggie
yeah,
thinks. Reggie thinks.
how
I'm
do you
retarded.
feel comfortable with maintaining your intellectual respect for Mfudishi, who talks about melanin people flying reptilians, but you don't have intellectual respect for what he's saying, and he's at least a little bit more grounded in his argument than Mfudishi.
I don't talk to Infidisi about that.
But
I
you
don't
talk
talk.
to
I
him at
don't talk
all.
to
You,
Infidisi
you
about
will
that,
have intellectual conversations with him, right?
but not about that. I don't talk to Infidisi Jehudimas about that. I simply don't talk to him about that. Right? Just like I would not talk to the Nation of Islam about that. That's just I don't talk to him about that, but I will talk to him about his strengths, which is in the literature and the writing and the grammar rules. I'll talk to him about that. Doesn't mean just because you disagree with one thing doesn't mean that you have a total disagreement with. I don't have a total disagreement with Cuban. We just stated out on this show what our disagreements were, and that's that.
All right.
It's like you talking to me. I'm wild. I'm really wild. I believe that Diop said that Kemet is the strongest term for black in their language.
I have no reason to hold back that I feel as if some of the stuff that you say are incredible claims, right? And the way that we describe that here in this environment is we say you are wild. Now, in that same regard, though, I don't lose some sort of like intellectual respect for you, as if we can't delve into the conversation and maybe like navigate the nuances together. And I point out specifically where what I'm saying, where what I'm hearing you say, what I think is wild. So it wouldn't disqualify you. So I'm not. So maybe we just look at it differently, but I'm not necessarily looking
Let's
to
talk about the
disqualify you.
intellectual stuff.
If I'm interested in the information and conversation, have the information and conversation
Okay, so
with
now
you, regardless of how I feel about just kind of doesn't seem fair that you could so easily dismiss Cuban, who doesn't say stuff anywhere near as crazy as melanin can make people fly, but you will have other conversations and expect some sort of a more grounded answer or an answer
so let
that
me
you have
ask the
more
open
respect
question.
for.
Let's get to this. Let's ask. I'm gonna ask an open-ended question. Who in this community do you use the word intellectual? What are the requirements of being an intellectual?
At least be able to articulate your thought and maybe have some grounded for your premise as far as some sort of basis on where you're getting this information from. That's a pretty basic way to describe. Let's have an intellectual conversation. Let's take all of your intuition out of it, and you tell me where you're getting this information from, and let's discuss.
Okay, so that's intellectual. That's being intellectual in the conscious community, right? Okay, so that's fine. Is it important enough for you to write, to publish, right? To explain in something that is permanent, or is it just conversation for YouTube? Because that's
well, to answer your question, that can't be important to me because I'm not having a conversation in academic circumstances. You're trying to apply some sort of it must meet this academic rigor in order for me to respect it, but then I wouldn't talk to anybody at all. I mean, what's the percentage of people that I know in my real life that have written papers on anything, more or less the subject we're talking?
Yeah, so so that's the point. So we use words very generally. So where I could find lots of points where the stuff is not intellectual. But it's being couched as being intellectual. It's being couched. Now, most of the time, what you do is you're a smart dude, but a lot of times you use that's why your name is Logic, right? So you are couching arguments maybe for general understanding, which you do, right? But intellectually, says reads and writes extensively, often publishing essays, books, or commentaries. Very few people do this in the community. I would say Smash Rockwell Smash Rockwell has published his ideas. It's permanent, right? Critically examines, accepted, believes in this and institutions. I do think you do that part, right? Um, tries to influence public understanding or policy through argument and evidence. I think partially, I don't know if people really can understand how to use proper evidence, right? Works with concepts rather than mainly with manual or routine tasks. That so uh, uh, most people are just doing for YouTube content. So the intellectual stuff that we claim is really in a gray area. It's really in a gray area.
I don't think it is so much, right? I think that you know what, I'm not even going to make that, right? So what I'm saying, if you write a scholastic paper, you are clearly not attempting to levy a response from Pan African James, right? You're hoping Anita Baker or one of those ladies, one of those intellectual scholastic figures makes a reply or comment on the paper that you've written. But when we're just having a conversation, right? You wouldn't speak to any of us looking for a response from one of those scholastic figures. And that's all we're doing is having intellectual conversation. You have an avenue to speak to those people. As you say, if you can write a paper, you can levy the field or whatnot, right? But we get on here and just have conversations.
No, we do actually do more.
So ain't nobody gonna tell Gullah to mute his mic.
We actually do more.
So we're on YouTube hoping to get a response from the scholastic community, Reggie.
No, actually, a person like me engages in YouTube to kind of understand what the pushbacks are. So a lot of so-called scholars and intellectuals ignore what you're doing, right? I've tried to bring the conscious community into academic.
Everything off there.
Hey, Gullah, can you hear us? I don't know if Gullah could hear us. But come on, Reggie. You can't tell me you are going on Sonetta Studios looking to get a response from the scholastic community. There's no way you're looking for academia to reply to you when you're on Sonetta Studios.
Well, actually, the funny thing is, I've tried to market Sonetta Studios to some of the professors and stuff, people that I know. So I've engaged with Dr. Issa. I tried to engage with Dr. Salam Faraji.
Why would you do that?
Why? Because they're educators.
And why would you even introduce them to that world? Like, that don't even make sense.
Oh, because there's a whole generation of people who, and then there are a few in this generation that if you expose them to correct methodology and correct research, it could, you have to think about your future. You have to think about the future of our people. YouTube has become the de facto encyclopedia of how our people think. And then I meet people like Jojo Capone, who is how can I say, he's a celebrity, right? And every once in a while I meet people like them from another different world.
A person that puts money first doesn't give a damn about the future of Black people. That's fucking ridiculous.
Say what?
A person that puts money first doesn't give a damn about the future of Black people.
And who are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm talking about some motherfucking nigga.
Oh, okay. Well, you're free to go and tell him to his face on his channel. I'm not going to talk about a person per se in the back. I'm not going to do that. You're free to. He's coming on tonight, tomorrow night, the night after night.
So based on what you said, you think it's fair and appropriate to try to couch Sinetta Studios is an academic environment, but a conversation with Cuban, it just simply falls short of the rigor that you're expecting. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I said. But I said based on that particular subject, based on that particular subject, for example, if he was teaching about Cuban life, culture, origins, things like that, then I would say I need to learn. If he was talking about the different spiritual traditions and stuff, all the things that Cuban knows, I'll just sit back and listen and learn, and maybe ask some questions based on what I'm learning, because I'll be ignorant to Cuban's knowledge of his world, which he has a very vast world.
But he don't know nothing.
Hold up, Brass. I'm gonna just say my last. I'm gonna just say my last
talk
comment.
your shit. I'm out the way.
No, I'm gonna just say my last comment because we're starting to go round and round, bro. I'm gonna just say, man, I find it very disrespectful, not just to Cuban, but to me. I think to all of us, the fact that you would kind of like try to some sort of a way paint a conversation with Pan African
The
James.
brother said that he was sleeping.
I'm not mad. I'm just responding to what you're saying. You don't have to be upset. I'm just saying it sounds a little belittling.
Is there something wrong with what you heard about how he got into this conversation?
I mean,
did you hear that part?
I heard it.
Yeah.
Do you sleep?
But just because I said that doesn't mean that I don't know about the subject.
Do you also go to sleep? I mean, is the fact that he was asleep, does that offend you? That he was
No, it was the fact that the rest of the stuff that he had actually said, right? And I said it was really non-issue. It's just non-issue. We can move on. But you're trying to make a beef, a beef between me and Cuban.
I'm not trying to make a beef. I'm simply saying that if you can talk to Pan African James, if you can qualify Pan African James's comments on anything, you should be able to talk to Cuban.
You know, it's funny.
I mean, I'm not just resting.
I actually ran Pan African James's stuff. Actually, I had him send it to me in writing. He asked me, Reggie, can you look at my work? And I didn't want to look at it because that's not my subject. But I actually went and ran it through ChatGPT and Perplexity, right? And so what point of Pan African James's work are you?
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Don't even go down that rabbit hole, bro.
I just can't bring myself to even consider the academic rigor of Pan African James. I just can't do it. and the fact that you could even consider whatever he wrote down is coherent enough for you to take all them extra steps, but you can't have a conversation with Cuban. I mean, I think that you're belittling. I think that you're being very, very polite while belittling.
So listen. All right, now, Logic. I don't want to talk to you anymore about this subject. You made your point. And I'm gonna be nice, brother Reggie. Right? I'm gonna be nice, brother Reggie, and I'm gonna say I don't want to talk about this subject with brother Cuban's comments anymore. And I really appreciate
brother Reggie, though, how do you feel about your president, right, being found in the Epstein's files over 2,000 times? How do you feel about that, Reggie? Now, do you know there's allegations out there that, and this is just allegations now, right? Now, but mind you, when the incident happened, the girl was 13, right? And then when she told the FBI, she was like in her 20s or something. I think right now she in her 40s or something right now, right? But did you know that the president, Donald Trump, was getting a blowjob from a girl who says, now I have no clue. Now this girl says, not don't listen to me, right? And again, I would say these little bitches is lying on my president, right? But I don't know. That's y'all. You know, everybody got their own opinion about it, right? Now, she say He likes to get a blowjob from her when she was 13, while he watched other people have sex with other 13-year-olds. As a matter of fact, one day she was giving him a blowjob and it got a little toothy, so he slapped the bitch, right? Now, I'm trying to figure out, is it cool? Is it all right for the president to be slapping bitches for giving toothy blowjobs? Is that something that he should be picked up for? Should we say the president can't be charged? Should we bring up Joe Biden to change the subject? How you feel about that? I think, me personally, Reggie, I think they lying on him. I think they lying on President Trump. What you think, Reggie?
Look, presidents in the United States have absolute power. And he, out of his own mouth, says he can walk up to a girl and grab her lower parts. Out of his own mouth.
Right.
I'm from New York. He's part of that circle, right? That they have absolute power and they can do with people less than what they want, right? And there are other people that just make you just simply disappear, right? When I was growing up, there was what you call chicken. There's this concept of chickens. Chickens were young white guys who, in the village, they would turn out in Lower Manhattan. They would turn out and they would sell. They would sell them. They would sell these young boys. They would groom them and sell them, and that was a big part of New York City, right? The 42nd Street is not the 42nd Street that y'all see. The 42nd Street was the slut, was a whole slut street of porn, and porn and prostitution, and most of the people with money and stuff like that, they were part of that. Donald Trump is this is a product of, he wasn't the president of the United States at that time when this was happening. He was part of this young white influence that they could just do anything to anybody, right? So I don't the particular allegations, I don't know, but I know he was convicted in civil court, at least, of raping a woman, right? But there are in his Epstein files, there are lots and lots of people who was a part of this this whole stuff, right? Even black celebrities. So I just know that it's and then you have this dude Diddy, right? And in his parties, what they leave out often is all of the rich white folks that were part of his parties, right? Who was paying premium, and then there was people from the Arab Emirates and princes and stuff like that. I just know that, listen, starting with George Washington, who had a history of selling child slaves, Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, right? People with absolute power do a lot of different things. So I don't.
Absolute power absolutely corrupts.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe every bit of that. Get it.
Yeah. And they talk about how, and the things, and it's wild because they go to these like poor European countries, these little poor European like towns and countries and shit that you hardly even hear about, you know what I'm saying? Somewhere over in Siberia or some wild place that, we don't know
San
about.
Diego, in San Diego, Wisconsin and shit. A lot of these charges now, based on what they saying, is in the United States.
Yeah, but I was saying that is true. But what I was saying is they go over to these poor countries and they snatch these little girls off the streets and shit too. So like they got a lot of information about that, which is pretty wild, because then at that point these girls are slaves. They snatch them off the streets at 10 years old, 11 years old, and You know, they trafficking them, and you know what I mean, and it's just a bunch of wild, crazy shit. And then you know the details. Even Bill Gates. Now, you know this nigga, right? This nigga so wild. Like he had to, like, I don't know where he came up with this idea, but that was a wild ass idea, bro. Like this nigga, he goes to one of these sex parties and shit, and
Bill Gates.
you know, Bill Gates, yeah. He goes to one of these sex parties, and he wind up having sex with one of these young girls, and they give him an STD, right? So he done gave Melinda Gates the damn STD. So he trying to get Jeffrey Epstein to mail him, you know, some pills so he can slip them in his drink. You know, to get rid of the STD. You know, the pills to get rid of the STD or whatever. He trying to slip them in her drink and shit without her knowing and shit. And so, well, anyway, long story short, she ended up finding out about the bullshit. She ended up divorcing him. But she did a whole little interview about Bill Gates and shit. And she found out. That's how they know about them picking up girls from these poor countries and shit like that. This is how they found that shit out. Because this nigga, I don't know why they ain't went and picked these folks up. Like I'm thinking, like, and you know, like, what the fuck, like, and then y'all know that, like, this guy is trying to steal the next election. He's raiding the election poll, the voter rolls, and he's saying that the elections is gonna be national now. They're not gonna be the state to state thing. He won the national election because he can't trust states. Georgia.
The Republican Party, excuse me, Corey. The head of the Republican Party, I don't know if it was
Speaker Johnson.
I think it was. Yeah,
Speaker Johnson.
I said that's bullshit. They ain't gonna do no shit like that.
No, he ain't. He always say, well, we ain't. Well, you know, we got to do this and that. Until Donald Trump called his ass up, and then he say, "Okay, yes, sir." So you know, we ain't thinking about Speaker Johnson. Speaker Johnson got the biggest, wettest pussy in America. Like, no, ain't nobody thinking about it. Ain't nobody. Everybody knows he's just a big wet pussy sitting up there doing the bidding of Donald Trump.
Is there any possibility Trump can be a VP or vice president to any candidate?
I don't think so. But I don't think he would ever even, that's not even in his calculations. He ain't thinking about being no VP or vice president. He's thinking
what if it's the only way he could try to sneak back in the executive branch?
Y'all think he trying to do this legally or something? Like he trying to find some type of legal loophole for him to get back in office? Is that what y'all thinking?
He might not have the choice.
No, he not trying to do this legally, bro.
We all know he's not gonna. We know he's not gonna try. He tried not to the last time, but I'm saying
right, like legally, and then again, he know where he fucked up at last time. Y'all absolutely have to realize that this man is not gonna make the same mistakes as he made last time. If y'all thinking that he might be stupid, but the people behind him that's gonna do, because he's not gonna do a damn thing but sit up and talk shit, run his fucking mouth, right? But if y'all think the people behind him hadn't learned where they fucked up at last time, y'all are highly mistaken in wishful.
I know. I might be sounding like
it was constitutionally, and no. Usually, your presidential eligibility is interpreted as your vice president eligibility too. So if he was to do it, he's used up his eligibility with these if he finishes this term with these 8 years. But they have looked into it. But all the interpretations they've gotten of the Constitution is that your vice president eligibility and your president eligibility are pretty much the same.
Thank you, Brass. Thanks for clearing that up.
Wait 1 second. 1 second, Brass. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, no, thank you for clearing that up, Brass, because my conspiratorial mind was thinking there could be a world where he was VP, something happens to the president,
and then here he is right back in office as president.
Yeah, but it's like an implausible conversation. So, like Corey, if he was to do it, even though it only explicitly states the president, that's theoretical. Politically, vice president and president, if it's argued, it would be something that would have to go to the Supreme Court. And most people agree. Vice president, president, we don't need you in office for 16 years, no matter how it plays. Anyone in office, no matter, even if you're great, it runs in line with each other. But he could, if he pushed, it could be an argument, but I don't. Like Corey said, I agree.
Well,
with
shit.
Corey,
How many years was Biden in office between his vice presidency and presidency?
8 years or
12?
He did,
Was it
he
12?
did 12 years. He did 12
Yeah,
years.
he did 12. Yeah, he ain't do
Yeah,
6
8
years.
and 4. Yeah.
Well, Trump is going to extend his presidency because during this time there's going to be a major war that breaks out and between the United States and Iran or somewhere else, and he's going to extend his presidency, just like Giuliani tried to extend his mayorship during 9/11. So there's different ways in which he for him, he wants to extend it, but the problem is, will he outlive it with his health situation? But he has to stay in office as long because once he leaves, then it opens up for the cover-ups of a lot of people that was involved in making what Donald Trump has made happen, and they're culpable. So we'll see, and in the meantime, we need to focus on it and then try to survive, because there is going to be a fallout that's going to affect us, because you know, America is based on survival. There's a group of people who first thought that he was going to clean up America and make it very, very white. Then what Trump unfortunately miscalculated was that it turned against him, and white folks started. All you need is 1 or 2, 5, 10 white folks to die in this melee, and the sentiment turns and says, well, then we thought it was for someone else. We're being affected. So when young white kids are getting shot with these non-lethal weapons and going blind, and white folks, it don't matter if you lesbian or gay, is getting killed, and doctors and nurses are getting killed. He's miscalculated. The life of one white person is worth 10,000 black folks. One white person, and so we're going to see. But in the meantime, we do. This is a good conversation to have, because we do have to have some type of outlook, and then to understand where our sanctuaries are going to be. Right.
And then also remember, VP is a chosen position, so you can be vice president first and then be president. But it can't go the other way around. If that makes sense. The president chooses his vice president. He's not necessarily, when they look at the election, they look at it as the president got elected, not necessarily.
But whoever wins the primary, they get to select who their VP relegated.
Right. But
so,
that's
let's say
he could be vice president.
Say like Vance won.
Right. Like Vance could do these 4 years and then do 8 as president of the United States. Biden could do 8 with Obama and then 4 with by himself as president. And if he wanted to do another 4, he could do that. But they really look at it as elected. That's the key word. What'd you say?
So Brad, yeah, I wanted to ask you, with your, being a
nope, don't say
guy.
that. I just
you're a political guy.
Okay, go ahead.
A political science teacher.
No,
yeah.
See, that's that. That's how I see what we
know. Wouldn't we know of Trump's intentions by probably around this time next year after the midterm, whether he wants to try to put some shit in the game, stay in? I think because you got running someone for president.
If his intentions already. So if you're listening to his mouth, you know of his intentions already. We know of his intentions 2 years ago. You know of his intentions based off what he say, but that's why I don't get involved in what a lot of times of what he's saying, because he'll say pretty much anything to be the person that's being talked about at the time. Not only democratically would he face, well, I know liberally he'd face 100% backlash. The country he'd face probably about 70-80% backlash. And even within the Republican Party, which he could manipulate to an extent, some of those people have aspirations to be president of the United States also. So don't think that this is just it's just whatever he say is gonna go. Will he have intent? Yeah, he's made it clear he's got intent. Would he even try? I think he's crazy enough to even try. I just don't. It's not something that I see as possible. But
And so what I would say too, like, not only look at all those things that Brad said, and I absolutely agree with most of what Brad said. But you got to look at what's going on now. Like, so if y'all in Fulton County, right? He just went and picked up y'all voter rolls. Now it's an investigation going on, and so, like, all you got to do is just put, all you got to do is just put out a bunch of bullshit about the Fulton County voter roll. Well, we don't know about this, and there's questions about that, and this is, and then and now he won 13. He done requested the same thing from 13 other states. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we want y'all voter rolls, and they sending them into him, right? And so, like, yeah, like, this ain't like he's in the motion. Like, they're in motion right now to steal the election. They're not gonna. So this ain't gonna. So, like, I think most people think about, like, when stealing the election, like, they gonna wait until, like, the day before the elections is announced and then go switch something out or do. No, they're doing it now. They're actually doing it now. If you look at the news, they went and seized the Georgia voter roll from the blackest county, county in the United States of America. That was the first ones they went and got.
Well, Brad, based off of what Brad says, the voter roll, how does that give the advantage of, as far as if you want to steal the election? I don't know. How does that get the advantage?
Because it tells, yes. And not only that, it tells you about its predictability about your how the people vote and all of that. And then, so, like, you can have the federal government come in and do gerrymandering and whatever way, like, it's all kinds of ways to take that data and information and manipulate that. That's what France just fired the guy that was just under the prime minister, because he allowed somebody to get that information, or he allowed Jeffrey Epstein. That came out in the Epstein files, that he was giving that information to Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I'm saying? And which, absolutely fucked up a lot of shit about their elections and their finances in France over there. So yeah.
But I think you guys are jumping all the way to stealing the election. We got to first talk about the part of him first being able to get in the primary, steal and win a primary, and then being on the ballot for the national election. Like, how does he even get to those
he's
places?
not doing that. He's just not.
But
the last time he wasn't trying to be on the ballot, bro.
What he's saying is, what he's trying to say is, if he does try to do this, it won't be done in the normal pattern to try to be president of the United States.
That's not stealing an election. That's changing the entire game. That's not an election.
That's where he's trying.
There you go. Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's where
he's doing a coup, basically.
Yeah, that is not an election. That's an insurrection.
Essentially. So, the reason why he brought up Fulton County in Georgia was because that particular county in Georgia, if you remember, in the 2020 election, that was one of the focuses of the election fraud he was claiming. So when he was claiming the election fraud in 2020, he wanted what he just got now. He wanted access to those voter rolls, but the federal government, you really could only seize those voting rolls, and that would have to come not from the president, that would have to come from the Department of Justice. So what he's doing now is more of a it's less of it's a chess move, not a checker move. What he's doing is he's trying to it's like what a lawyer would do on a trial. He's trying to inject doubt. So basically, I said in 2020 that there was fraud. There was people voting 2 and 3 times. There was money exchanged hands. There were people pushed away, right? And then the DOJ did an investigation. The FBI did an investigation, and they found that there was nothing. So they upheld the 2020 election. What he's trying to do is that if he can now go back and seize these voter rolls, and somehow the FBI or the Department of Justice put it in the American people's mind that he was in fact correct in 2020, what that does, just the thought is that the government tried to keep him from being president of the United States in 2020, and now you can't even trust them. And what he's saying them is like liberal. So he's trying to basically paint the whole election system as a as fraudulent. You can't, not that you can't trust him or you can't trust the Democrats, you can't trust the election system. And even when they investigate it and say that nothing happened, well, here, this happened. So now you can't even trust the FBI. You can't trust the Department of Justice, which will then open it up to, we don't even need an election. I'm going to just keep it going. Because I'm the one that they lied about in 2020.
Absolutely.
And so that will remove, so that's how you make the jump from fuck the primaries, fuck all this other stuff, because that don't work. It's fraudulent. See what happened in 2020? And you could trust me, and so.
And even like all of this raising doubt. All of this raising doubt about the states, like with the governors and mayors and stuff like this, having them not cooperating with the federal government and operations and stuff like that, it plays more so into, like you said, you can't trust the FBI, you can't trust the left, you can't trust the states, you can't trust these cities, you can't trust anybody except us. So let us just say
who's left to trust? Who's left to trust? I'm the guy that tried to blow the whistle in 2020, and they didn't, they told you that I was the crazy guy. It's similar to the felonies thing. You know what I mean? Like, y'all, felony, everything, it's all a push to make it, it's really narcissistic. Men do this to women a lot of times. A man will cut off a woman's whole network of people that she could reach out to so that he could treat her however he wants, because now the only person that she essentially has to go to is him. So the person that's hurting you is the person,
Coach do it too.
Who?
Coach, C-U-L-T-S.
Oh yeah,
Coach.
A cult to do that. Like they'll the reason why they separate you from your family is because even if I'm doing these horrible things to you, you don't have anybody else. So now what I'm doing to you ain't so freaking horrible because I'm also feeding you. I'm also sheltering you. It's just at night I do this. But now you make a scene. Now I can tell you whatever about your mother and father who done raised you your whole life. You know what I'm saying? Because your mother and father ain't here to defend themselves. That's why when most people leave cults, they usually get back to their family and the family don't even recognize them. They've been reprogrammed. They done, changed the brain. That's how you can, I was about to get us in trouble. Yeah, y'all go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, his argument, it completely falls apart when you look at 2024's election, though. Because if he's saying there's this huge conspiracy to keep him out of power, and 2020's proof of that, he would need to explain why the same thing didn't transpire in 2024.
Right.
That's
But his
constituency
don't think that far.
Exactly. And if you destroy the faith, that's why the whole point is to destroy the faith in the election system. So that even in 2024, you can say they had to do it, or truth won out, or so you can have I beat them. Now it's even better because they tried. It was 34.
If you remember, it was too big to steal.
And wait, because
if you remember, Brad, 2024 was too big to steal.
Right.
That's why. That's what he said.
But then the other piece goes back to him. You got to remember, like, one of the benefits I do have being a donor and actually participating in this kind of stuff, I get to go to the regular Republican stuff. I get to go to the MAGA Republican stuff. I get to go to the liberal stuff because our governor is Democrat. And one of the things that at that time was being talked about, they thought in political circles, they thought that presenting Kamala Harris, seeing Biden as sick, because you got to remember, he believes that he's the one that pointed out to the world that Joseph Biden was having mental degradation, like his mind was going, degeneration. And that debate and those comments and how that was placed, and then Biden dropping out, it almost really destroyed the Democratic Party's chance of having a president, at least in 2024, because it was almost deemed as, well, Trump saw that she was what's wrong with Kamala. And now anything he says about her, you got to kind of, you know, as far as the world looks at it, you got to kind of look at her as like that's their last ditch effort to protect some form of a regime of some kind. So you get it's a very, it ain't as deep as people make it, right? These are things that human beings and people do all the time, but it is diabolical because there's so much at risk now, right? There's so much at risk then, but now you would literally, the Constitution would be toilet paper if this was to take place. And if the Constitution gets thrown
I believe
out,
our democracy,
yeah.
I believe the midterms, the midterms, I believe this. Come November, Super Tuesday, right? I believe that's going to determine whether we have a democracy or not. What happens during that time, what happens during the midterm elections, all of that, leading up to Super Tuesday and all of that, I think that's what's going to determine whether we have a democracy or not. So I just want to say, like, everybody, let's keep a close eye on this, because this is not a typical.
Don't keep a close eye on it. Vote.
Yeah, that too. But you want to be, what I mean is be informed, right? Understand what's going on. Understand the ins and outs of Congress. You know, understand the ins and outs of what your local government can do about certain things to kind of insulate your county, your city, your state from some of the fraudulent things that might be going on. Like, so that, like, stay informed, stay aware, keep a perky ear. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how, being informed is how you make good decisions. You know what I'm saying?
Being informed,
like,
yeah, and participation.
Absolutely. Definitely participate. That go without saying.
Remember, most elections, if you study political elections, most people get elected based on lack of participation more than participation. So the people that stay home affect elections a lot more than even the people that go to the polls. Now, I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but most people that are complaining about
80 million eligible vote, 80 million eligible voters stayed home. Only 70-something million decided the votes. You know what I'm saying? Like, so Kamala got 70-something, Trump got 70-something, but the 80-something stayed home. But go ahead.
So they affect the lack of participation affects it a lot more. And the crazy part is the people that don't participate complain the loudest. And that's kind of what I was even saying earlier, like to Reggie. I have a lot of political conversations with people, but even I've had to temper it down a lot because I'm talking to people that didn't vote. And it's not that I don't care what you think. It's just, if you care enough to have this much passion about me or the political process or candidates, where was this political passion when you were sitting on your ass watching everybody else participate?
That's correct.
So I don't everybody's opinion to me ain't the same. And I know, opinions are like assholes is too easy of a statement, but everybody's opinion isn't the same. That's what I was trying to say to you earlier. There's nothing wrong with you just saying, like, nah. I have conversations about money all the time with like the people I'm in business with. But anytime I bring up money any other time, it's like offensive. But I also, and this is not arrogant, it's just the truth. Broke people are intimidated by money. They don't even understand the concept, like they look at another person's success as their failure. And once you kind of grasp that, or even Reggie and Corey and Truist or anybody listening on the show, sometimes you gotta realize and you gotta tell people like, yo, my time is valuable, bro. Like yeah. I am gifting you with my time, and as you are gifting me with yours. If you're wasting my time, then I mean, let's not do this again. Let's not meet at the same back channel, same back time. You know, let's just me and you. It could be in a room full of 30 people. How about me and you just don't talk? I think the shows will go fine. If you just pick 5, 6, 7 people that you just don't converse with, the show will go on. I can leave this Discord in the middle of 80 people talking. Y'all not gonna all just leave. No. You know, the conversations will go on, and then you pick and choose. You know, your time is important, bro. Also, your mental health is important. These conversations every single day, and that's one of my fears with the conscious community. These conversations, you only got so much body energy in a day. You only got so much mental health energy in a day. This talking about shit from 1974 in 2026, y'all brain got to be like, that's why y'all snap all the time now, because y'all sick of each other. But you just won't say it, bro. Y'all actually sick of each other. You sick of the word Diop. Every time somebody say it, you get pissed off. It's like you already get, it's infuriating.
You're a psychiatrist.
Well,
No.
I think Brass is right. It's just that the so-called, they're not all thought leaders, but the thought regurgitators. Let's say the thought regurgitators, right? They curate what we talk about. So this particular channel has enough of how can I say, has enough of people who have more knowledge of the world in our current situation, right, than some of these other channels, right?
I can't tell.
And say what?
I can't tell.
No, I can't because if you because if I listen to Brass and I listen, Shepherd is the best. That shit is crazy. Yeah, you know, y'all like he already knows why the fuck am I talking about? Why the F am I talking about this shit, right? So that means the jig is up, right? The jig is up. So if we have and they're just trying to bring everybody else along, like Chev's new channel, he ain't talking about none of the stuff that we talking about, right? He already know the jig is up. Like, so we're forced to we try to bring a body of people from other channels and curate them into other ideas. So we're talking about this sensibly. You go to some of these other channels and the people that they bring up to talk about this stuff is crazy. Like, got no experience, former this, that, the third, and the third, right? Failed in all the other cult activities, and now they're up and they want to talk about elections and shit like that. And then you have people like Brass, who's active in the party. You have me, right, who in one form or another help my former wife at least compete in a mayor's race in New York City, right? At least like that was her dream, and she's and so I'm gonna help her with her dream. It makes sense that we need to engage the process and understand what the process is. Come to find out that Mandami was being groomed in the Epstein stuff is hilarious. His mother was in talks with Epstein. Hilarious.
Shows it's getting a little spooky for New York City right now. Bro.
Yeah, shows you that
spooky.
Wait. Are you saying
That ran
picture
pretty
of that
deep.
kid?
It's a couple
No,
people's
they're
mamas.
turning on. When I tell you, and I think that's damn, what's his name? Thunder, right? Is that Thunder?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
shouts to you, brother.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
My name is Devin. Whoever don't know, my name is Devin. So
Okay, shouts to you. I'm glad you joined the Discord. The thing with, and I told you it's gonna happen, Corey. I'll accept your apology later. What I told you, people will vote for socialism, but socialism in voting is fun. Socialism in practice is not so much fun, bro. I told you, New York City, it was going to rebel. It sounds good. Free MTA and free this and free. It sounds amazing. The things you got to do to put it in place, New York City's going to rebel. His approval rating, he ain't even been in office a month, maybe, a little bit over a month. When I tell you his approval rating in New York City right now, they would get rid of him right now if they could.
Right now, I'm gonna tell you. I live in New York. I voted for Cuomo, right, in this most recent vote, right?
That's crazy.
When it comes to conversations I'm having with all these crazy neo-progressive, socialist-minded younger people in my generation, I'm telling them exactly what you just said. They don't really understand how communism and socialism works, and I'm under the impression by the end of Mamdani's term, he's going to look more and more like Cuomo, because he's going to realize he has one of two options. He's either going to have to stand 10 toes down on everything he promised, and he'll end up getting nothing done, because even Kathy Hochul has told him she's not going for much of the things he ran on. Or he'll realize he has to come halfway and realize there's certain things that's not even in his scope to do as mayor, right? And he'll look more like Cuomo at the end of his term. He's already meeting with Trump and all these kind of things. He's already walking back a lot of the things he said.
So realistically, I think he would have to kind of by the end, like you said, by the end of his term, he's gonna have to kind of come halfway. I think that's the only way you kind of get anything done in politics, right? It's kind of like compromising on things. That's
He
what
was chastising Cuomo the whole election for doing
Let Thunder
that.
get in there. Let Thunder get in there after that.
Oh, sorry.
Listen, man.
Yeah, and so by him, kind of compromising just to get some things done, I don't think that kind of says anything about it. I just think, and the fact of the matter is, it's not that his ideas are bad ideas and they won't work. It's the fact of the matter is the system like is built to the point where they just is so much pushback and so much fight that if he does stand 10 toes down, like you said, he won't get anything done, and then it won't look bad. That doesn't say anything about the policies and how if those policies were actually implemented, how those things would actually affect the people that it was supposed to affect. How it's supposed to make America New York.
Let Thunder get in. Let Thunder get in there, Truist, and then we'll do it back and forth.
If I could, I want to jump on, man. I forgot about the Discord. I don't think I've ever been on it. So, listen, man. Y'all with these conspiracy theories, Corey, you going ham with your conspiracies. Listen, as a conservative, bro, if you live in Atlanta and you know for a fact them people was throwing ballots away, it was several investigations. I mean, we could share it, but it's several investigations. Several people came out and said, that they was trashing ballots from certain districts and stuff like that. This is known. This has already been testified. Everybody know this.
They just had to pay them black women $100-something million for lying like that. But go ahead.
Well, okay, that's fine. So when you go into that,
and then you say he trying to steal the election because he trying to win. Listen, man, the only reason that happened, it's only one reason, is when Fulton County came out and admitted that they fucked up 315,000 votes. They did not get the signatures from the poll workers, and those 315,000 votes should not have even been allowed. Right? That is what gave them. That's when you got. That's when probable cause. Hold on, relax.
Let him finish, Gordon. Let him finish.
Hold on. So, that is what gave the DOJ probable cause. Then they would go to a grand jury, and then they say, "Okay, cool, you can do it." Before that, they couldn't do it. They probably always wanted to do it, but they never had probable cause. That's what gave them probable cause. When Fulton County had to admit on the congressional Georgia congressional floor that is what happened. All right. Two. I still okay when you come with Mamdani and all this stuff. I don't know how y'all still even voting Democrat at this point, but that's whatever. I want New York to go through everything they need to go through consistently. I want them. I think it came out the other day. He was on an interview and he said that New York was $17 billion. New York City was $17 billion in the hole, right? That's before he even walked in the door. So when you combine 17 billies, that whatever the last man, the black guy that y'all didn't vote for, by the way,
Eric Adams,
the one that no black people voted for. That's a whole nother story. Now, he ran that bill up, didn't tell none of y'all. Took Mamdani to come out and say, hey, man, we 17 billion. So now combine the 17 billion y'all already in to the deficits and the debts you got to go in to get these free buses, these government ran grocery stores, these government ran housing. When you hold on one second, brother. I ain't even spoke yet. Hold on. When all that happened, and that 17 turned to 27, and then 37, and then 47, and then y'all gonna wind up with you already in debt from the these pensions y'all paying out every month. I mean, it's a mess. And then when you come to places like Georgia, Florida, that's actually well ran, and we running budget surpluses every year. I mean, they giving us refunds because they taking in too much money. And then now they talking about doing what? Doing a income tax. I'm sorry, not state income tax. The property tax. That's how much money we making. We making so much money by in 2032, we gonna do away with the property tax. And I'm a homeowner. I'm a multiple homeowner. So that's gonna benefit everything that's happening in New York, and we see what happened in Virginia now. If y'all paying attention to Virginia said they voted for some moderates, whoever, right? This chick about to run Virginia in the ground. While as we speak, if you don't know, she's already done passed the House, the Virginia. So this is what gets me with Mamdani. Y'all saying that he's not gonna be able to do the stuff he want to do. Why not? You got a liberal. Can y'all mute? You got a liberal state. He should be able to pull off anything he want to do. He should be able to pull off all of it. Actually, you see what Trump doing? Trump doing anything he want. Why? The people voted for it. So the people voted for Mamdani. Anything he want to do, the liberal Congress up there in New York that's about to run that shit in the ground even more should be able to do it. I'm done.
Well, in New York, I think that you have to understand that
Talk to him, sir.
the mayor is a figurehead in New York City. People, the rich families still run New York. Bloomberg absolutely is very quiet, but New York, Bloomberg runs New York.
Yeah,
Mandami,
but we talk about them budgets, Dredgy.
well, okay, so uh, all some of that stuff is illusion. It's just wash money, right? New York, New York may be on debt on paper, but New York has an international economy, right? It's just what they seem to say that they give New York, but New York is run by rich families, by donors, right? By people with incredible amount of property. Just the property in New York, right? Property owners in New York, they have so much say so. Mandami right now, most of his policies or just paper policies, he's looking more like a, a, a regular Democratic mayor, right? And the reason why he's in there so the stealing can continue. No matter what he says, a lot of New York's budget is how can I say it's corrupted. It's corrupted, and so and so I wouldn't look at New York. I wouldn't compare New York to any other place.
Can I add a piece to that when you're done, Reggie? To that
Yeah,
budget part when you're done.
yeah. I wouldn't. People can raise in New York. The people, the people that run the property, they can raise billions overnight. $17 billion in debt don't mean shit to New York, right? I would say don't compare New York to any other place, but that's where the biggest steal is happening, and it's not about. It seems to regular people, Democratic or Republican, but that's not. Look. What I found out and working on this, I worked on several campaigns. I worked on Patrick DeLisa's campaign against Congress, Richard Torres. I worked on his campaign as city council. I worked on Dr. Bartholomew's campaign. New York is just to be a candidate in New York, before it all starts, you have to show up with $180,000. And when you and just to basically advertise yourself as the mayor. Otherwise, you're blocked out of debates, you're blocked out of everything because the rich, the people with pockets, they're going to make sure that you owe them. I'll stop. I'm listening. I want to listen to what
Yeah, I just want to add a piece on the budget in New York. New York is, per se, Reggie's correct, is very unique in how it runs. New York, that deficit, New York got into trouble when COVID happened. When COVID happened, they received a lot of federal money. If you weren't in the East Coast, you didn't see New York. Times Square was empty before the rest of the world was like, well, not the rest of the world, the rest of the United States was kind of like paying attention. Like we were over here where you couldn't even go into the city from New Jersey. So if you picture New York City, that's what we're talking about, not New York State, we're talking about New York City. That pandemic money funded a whole bunch of programs, and it was a lot of money. They focused on payrolls, they focused on social services, different things like that. But when that money ran out, they kept the programs. And they don't, and that money, it created like a bit of an issue. You kind of like outgrew the tax revenue that was coming in. Now I live in Bergen County.
No, brother, y'all gave away all that money to them damn illegal aliens too.
I was getting to
them and all that stuff.
I was getting to that, Thunder. I live in Bergen County. People out here understand, say whatever you want about New Jersey. It's cheaper we're so close to New York that it's cheaper to live in New Jersey and just commute to New York. Now, people will live in New York City for status, but it costs a lot of money, but it's some high earners that can afford it. Well, when those high earners, New York really depends on a few high earners, a few meaning like 100. I'm not talking about like one or two,
but a few high earners and a few very strong businesses. Well, when those businesses move out because they don't agree with the administration, and when those high earners start moving and you remove their tax revenue, then now New York is in a situation that now when those wobble, the whole budget is going to be an issue. Then you got the asylum seekers. I'm doing that because it's 2 P's. So when you got the asylum seekers, they had no idea, on top of having these issues from that COVID money, now you add in this asylum seeker problem, challenge. And they just threw money at it, money they didn't have. And it blew a hole in whatever projections you was going to do to get out of it. It blew a hole in all of that. Now, you can deal with pension things and bonds and all that, whatever you want to do. But where Mamdani runs into his issue is, at this point, now that he's in office, in practice, it looks like he don't understand math.
No.
And when you run your election on this energy of like a protest, of a revolution, and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this, and then you get in office and you realize you can't, which people was trying to tell him the whole time. Now these people that he riled up and thinking that it's about to be this big change, now when he starts governing their expectations, he looks crazy.
Well, in fairness,
that's the thing. That's the thing, Brass.
Right.
The people, and even the people he was running against, like Cuomo, were telling him he was going to have to tamper his expectations. There's certain things that he can't do as mayor, right? And the people that supported him anyways. And those same people, you think they're gonna be like, oh, what happened? No, they're gonna act like everything is fine. They're not gonna change their minds. They're gonna still support him. They're gonna still support him regardless.
Right. So
Even
in New
if
York City, hold on. Let me finish
That's
this point though. But
delusional
in New York
because-
City, go ahead, Richard.
No, I'm just saying that's delusional. The rich in New York, they did not want Cuomo, right? They did not want Cuomo. They seen Cuomo's mathematics. So it wasn't about, forget the people that say you come out to vote. All of that stuff is really votes are bought in New York. Just running a campaign just to get on the docket, right? You literally have to pay if you're not popular. Like Mamdani wasn't popular. You need donor money to pay people to get out there. You're brand new, and he was running against Cuomo and Adams, and I know because I worked on Dr. Bartholomew's campaign. Right, we did it on our bootstraps. We actually had to literally go out there 6 a.m. and get votes from people who didn't know us, didn't know Mamdani,
knocking on doors and shoveling snow.
That's
but
exactly.
Reggie, in all fairness, man, Mamdani with these pipe dreams that he was selling everybody, he could have probably did it. He probably could have. Well, he probably could still get it done, but
Yeah, I was gonna say it. All due respect, brother Reggie, he ran his campaign mostly from non-PAC contributions. Like most of his support was not coming from these PAC organizations in large donors.
That's irrelevant. That it
Hold
came
on,
from
wait,
private.
Let Thunder finish his thought. Let Thunder finish his thought.
When you're saying he's saying he want to do this and do that and do this, I want to just make this a liberal damn whatever, right? If he would have knew that they was he didn't know there was $17 billion in the hole, bro. Nobody knew that until, and then when he got in office, he actually got that briefing from the Secretary of State and from the Treasury, and he's like, we're $17 billion. How am I gonna do all this stuff now? So yeah, it ain't his fault. It wasn't, and like you say, Cuomo and Adams told him, "Hey man, that ain't how this works." But you know why they were saying that? Because they knew they was already in debt, and they knew they ain't had the money to pay for that shit he was talking.
And Adams said 2 years ago, this illegal immigration issue in this city is going to run us into this huge. He said it, and the party literally executed him. Like, oh, that's just some conservative propaganda nonsense he's spewing because he's trying to kiss up to Trump. And long and behold, Mamdani's confirming exactly what he warned would happen.
But
Remember
outside of
that?
the finance,
We
outside
didn't
of the
know.
finance though, hold
I
on.
didn't know they was in the hole like he was, but
But
I'll
outside
go
of the
for New
finance
York
though,
City in
outside,
a whole.
hold on, Reggie. Outside of the finance, you also got to remember. I know this sounds ignorant, but you're just the mayor. New York City is run by. If you ever want to talk about the rich controlling a place,
Yes.
the bonuses on Wall Street can fix the budget in New York City.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do commercial real estate. New York City is almost impossible for like a small person like me to try to even get involved in it. But then I was even getting offers on empty office buildings because like a company, look it up, MACK-CALI, the Mack-Cali buildings. Those Mack-Cali buildings before COVID were full. So that's generating tax revenue. New York is basically a couple large firms and a lot of small guys, and then Wall Street. Well, you don't want to piss off Wall Street. So when you come into Wall Street talking about what he's talking about, when they could easily just fix it, well, now these guys decide to do something else, and then they just move their corporations. Like the point I was trying to make, they move it to New Jersey. Or they move it to Connecticut because you
Florida,
can still
Texas.
But the reason why I don't say other states, the reason that the word tri-state area is very important. You can do business outside. You can have a headquarters and offices outside of New York City, but you can fully operate within New York City. So while you're trying to tax the rich, the rich in New York City pay an inordinate amount of taxes, and they don't care because they can make an inordinate amount of money. But the issue is when you got a guy like him, well, that's just the money part. The last thing I want to say is he's just the mayor. And they were trying to tell him the things that you're promising aren't up to you. Yep. There's this lady, Governor Hawk. She will decide whether or not you can have these free buses you keep promising. This overtime, these tips, he just told Uber and DoorDash. He thought as the mayor of New York City that he could call DoorDash and Uber and tell them you have to pay the drivers $21 an hour because that's how I'm running the money here in New York City. And they told him we will sue the shit out of you or we'll shut down Uber and DoorDash inside New York City. And then what? And now the restaurants are up his ass because since COVID, the majority of the restaurants in New York City, their income is Uber and DoorDash. So he don't realize he's just not, it's socialist. What he's trying to do, if he could get it to go into practice, it may or may not work. But as he's running and yelling at these people and got them all riled up, he got into office and everything they told him, the powers that be and the governor and political insiders told him, you can't do all of this shit. Not at the speed you telling these people, and they about to elect you thinking you could do this shit day one or first year. And now you're going to spend the first year saying, all right, just hold up. The governor of New York already told him, I have no room in the budget for your fucking free buses in New York City. It ain't gonna happen. Yeah.
Can I have an opposing voice? Because everybody
go
I've
ahead,
heard so
brother.
far,
We're not, this is not, hold on, but this is not a, we're not arguing with each other. We're just stating points.
No, it's not a debate.
Okay,
I've heard people talking about the immigrant issue and the cost of the immigrant issue.
I said asylum seekers because of you.
Why the asylum seekers? you know that I love you like a brother.
Illegal aliens.
I know.
Nigga,
I bent the knee, brother. I said asylum seekers. I didn't say
illegal aliens.
We have too much in common. That's why I can't be mad at you. Because sometimes I want to get mad at you and I said to myself, but you have done the same thing. So I can't be mad at you. Right? Now, let's talk about the asylum seekers. People in here acting like the asylum seekers were the ones that wrecked the budget. The annual New York budget is over $250 billion a year. Over the last 4 years, if we look at how much is spent on immigrants, it's added up to $7 billion. Over the last 4 years, the budget is $1 trillion. Now, $7 billion is less than 1% of New York budget. that has been spent on immigration. So when people telling you that immigrants are blowing up the budget, that's a misnomer, right? Without a doubt, because you and I, you the finance. And if I look at the overall budget, I use a 1%, less than 1% of the budget went to immigration. You know from somebody who the finance that that cannot blow up the budget. The 1% could have gone into other things. Yes, we all agree with that. But that alone cannot blow up the budget. So when I hear people singing that song, I realize that I like a brainwashing going on here. No, the second thing is the whole controversy about the buses. No, the cost of transportation in New York, when you look at the annual budget also, is less than 5% of the budget. Right? Now, people saying that people is going to move outside of New York and relocate. New York, although it have high taxes, is one of the places, is like a magnet city for business. And it carries a status with it. That's why businesses at New York attract businesses. Remember when all of those businesses left California and went to Texas? I know all of them in California scratching their head saying, woe me, woe me, woe me. Although it is not favorable all the time in New York, there's no better place in the United States of America to have your business. And you know that to brass. That's why thousands of companies always try to relocate to New York. When it comes to business, the address matters in business. Where you're located matters in business. How people look at your matter. And you know that to brass. I'm speaking to points that you know, and I'm addressing you directly, nobody else inside here. Right? Because just like how Hollywood is known for entertainment, that once you go into entertainment, you automatically gravitate to LA. Once you go into business in America, you automatically gravitate to New York.
Yeah.
And when people try going other places, they get fucked. Nobody wants somebody who has a business in
I want to. I just want to.
Hold on, but that's what I meant by the suffering. 1 second, Reggie, and then you go right to you. That's what I meant by the reason is not that it was such a large part of the budget, but it was already operating at a deficit because of COVID. So once we had the COVID, well, once COVID became an issue, the actual numbers in spending, they planned to spend $1.7 billion on asylum seekers. That's what was in the budget. Well, and then, okay, so they already were trying to make up the money from before. So they're like, okay, 1.7 billion, that's not bad. They ended up spending almost 10. So it's not, you're right. It's not that it was like breaking the bank. You just
brass is not 10. It's most 8 over the last 4 years.
No, I sent it to
over the last 4 years, it's 8.
No,
so when it's 10, it's not annual. It's over the last 4 years.
I said it's $8 billion in unplanned spending over a few years. So almost
4
10.
years. No, said 4. Said 4 years.
Okay, I say 4. I say 4. That's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
yes.
But my thing is, when you're already at a deficit and you're planning on, Reggie is 1,000. Y'all may not believe it, but Reggie is 100% right. The rich could get together and solve this in a day.
No,
they can make a decision and solve it in one day.
You
but when
you got city councils.
No, I know. I understand that. But what I'm saying, but just off the tax base alone,
Not getting that from the private sector, man.
Huh?
They're not getting that from the private. They can't just go to
No. That ain't what I'm saying. I'm not saying they would do it. I'm talking about how much money changes hands in the private sector, how much they pay in taxes. New York City, the rich usually don't. If you notice, they don't really complain. The rich don't complain about the high taxes. They don't really give a shit because the regulations and different things that go on in New York City, they can make an unlimited amount of money.
How many people have migrated to the state of Florida in the last 8 years?
Your microphone breaking up.
I'm sorry. How many people have migrated to the Florida from New York City in the last 8 years?
A lot. New York City people are leaving.
Have you ever heard the phrase "people vote with their feet"?
Yeah, people are leaving.
Understand. Listen, I'm.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I actually have to leave. Okay, so to understand New York money, well, most of the real estate in New York, first of all, is overvalued. They're making hands over fist over overvalued property, and when there's problems like COVID, they got tax breaks, right? So they didn't go under. None of those buildings went under. right? Very few of those buildings changed hands, right? And if they changed hands, it was for a profit, right? It was profit. What people don't understand is that forget the city budget. That's the city budget is one of the budgets in New York. The other budget is for example, real estate, which Bass was talking about. You just simply don't understand that, right? The amount what real estate costs. I mean, these skyscrapers, these
Yes, ridiculous.
Anything past let's say 86th Street, anything past 86th Street, and the normal domicile, right? New York could solve its problems overnight. Mandami, what they need somebody like Mandami.
That's crazy.
Because it's going to ultimately go to status quo. He's not smart enough and he's not that type of person to be able to engage with the wealthy, right? So the wealthy likes it because he doesn't have the capacity to poke holes into what they already have. They already control New York City. They need a flunky, and he's a flunky. And look, he didn't make no changes in the police department. He didn't make no changes in education. He made no changes so far nowhere. He's status quo. That allows the wealthy who don't live off of the federal government, right, to stay wealthy and to manipulate New York City. But you're thinking on a people person. That's what people vote for and stuff like that. That the city budget, that's irrelevant in New York City. That's something for the New York Post and the Daily News, right? Not something for the New York Times, right? Because the New York Times is connected to the super wealthy rich. I said New York has an international economy and a national economy, right? They decide what goes on in banking in New
Who
York.
gonna pay for it, Reggie?
It's already paid for.
How is it paid for? You 17 bills in the hole.
17 billions could be wiped out in a year with these people. They want it like that.
They lottery tomorrow too.
But you don't understand. I don't live in Georgia. I live in New York City.
I can go and buy a lottery ticket and I can hit
the budget. Look at the New York City budget. What's the Okay, what is the biggest budget draws from New York City? What is it? Thunder?
It's probably pensions.
No, that's not the biggest draws. It's education. It's policing.
Yeah, education and policing involves pensions, Reggie.
No, it's not. It's
You're paying pensions to teachers. You're paying pensions to firefighters and police officers. Yes, that's a part of their budget.
That is in the New York City budget. Do you see pensions in the New York City budget? No, those are the entities that pay. That's not part of the budget of New York City.
How can it not be a part of the budget and New York City got to pay it? How can it not be?
The entities, they pay, but
what entity are you talking about?
Oh, the entities of the police department, the education.
You saying that the police department pays the budgets, pays the pensions?
Okay, so that does not appear in the city budget.
Who pays for it then, Reggie?
Pensions are already allocated based on the dues and the money that you put in the pensions. Those are already allocated, and then it goes into the stock market, right? And then there's and so each of the pensions are in the market. They're in the market. This is not something that New York City pays with its revenue.
So they pay into it. That's a deduction,
right?
You know what I'm saying? That's a deduction. But the budget. So y'all kind of talking a passage. It's not an argument.
I'm saying that.
You know what I'm saying? Like the police department does have a budget, right?
Yes.
And so that's what Reggie's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like
And
There's so
how
much
that
going
works
on.
is those people get a payroll check, right? And that's a deduction on their payroll check. That pension money is put into a pool with their union members, right? And then they put that into the stock market. They
Yeah.
get a return on that based on how well it does in the stock market.
Look at
Yeah,
that
that doesn't
story,
affect the whole that's New York.
These five
Yeah, but
major
that's not
pension
a big deal in New
New
York City.
New York City's 5 major pension funds manage over $294 billion in assets for roughly 750,000 active and retired employees as of mid-2025. The system covering teachers, police, firefighters, and city workers is a major component of the city's what? Bro, I'm telling you, but the pension kill is major. It's major.
Yeah, I think that you're looking.
Can I say something, Reggie? Reggie, can I?
I think
Can I
that you're
say
looking at.
Y'all belabor shit so much.
You say, wait. Now Google that and say, is the pensions in the hole?
No, it's not.
No,
But
the
let me say
pension ain't
something.
definitely ain't
No, I gotta go.
Let me say something, Corey. Let me say something. Corey, let me say something. Let me say something, Reggie. No, every city, every major city. Well, I won't say every. Let me use 50% of cities in the United States of America, and it's far more than that, operate on a deficit. Now, if your city is operating at a deficit that is less than 10% of the budget, you're doing fucking well. Because most major cities operate on a deficit where them carry over year to year. Them sometimes them get rid of it by issuing bonds and other kind of papers to get over the deficit. But every major city. So when somebody come to you and say, "Oh, New York have a $17 billion deficit on a $255 billion budget," that's less than 10%. That's closer to 6 or 7%. If you Google it, so when somebody says the sky is falling like Chicken
I'm not
Little.
down that, but I don't want you to run too fast, too peas, because I like the way I like the conversation. But I just like to explain like how a deficit works. So that's you know what I'm saying, Stu P. So like I have a deficit with Starbucks, right? You know what I'm saying? So I go to Starbucks every morning, right, and get my coffee. So by the time the end of the year come, I have an annual deficit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't spend so much money with Starbucks, and so that's a deficit. But the thing is that's not. I got coffee for that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so when we talking about a deficit, like. I think I don't know if we you know, if
we be honest,
if we
but
make
not
it
being
sound
honest.
like sound right or not.
Yeah, we're just saying that the sky is falling. The sky is falling. So people who don't understand governmental economics will tell you that immigration bust the budget. And immigration was less than 1% of the budget. Deficit $17 billion. When $17 billion is less than 6% of the budget.
Yeah, but if you went to the steel, if you was getting steel, if you got a deficit with the steel mill, you got steel for the debt. You know what I'm saying? Like you got $17 million worth of steel sitting here.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So like
people
I don't.
But when people tell you that, they don't understand. No, this is what you need to Google. No, let me say this. This is what you need to Google. How many cities in the United States are operating on a deficit and then come back now like chicken and say the sky is falling? The sky is not falling.
Okay, wait, hold on, real quick. Stoopies. I hear what you're saying. I'm not even saying what you're saying doesn't make sense. But would you then follow saying that Mamdani is saying the sky is falling? Because Mamdani is the one. Okay, but he's the one doing what you just described as well.
But he hasn't done anything yet. So when you're saying
did you not hear what he said about the deficit?
Yeah, what has he done?
He made the same statement that you said is saying that the sky is falling.
Okay. New York City's real estate.
I don't know,
I
but
was confused to answer that question.
One last thing, and I'm gonna
if
get out.
he's saying that,
Let me just say this one last thing, and I'm gonna get out of here.
Y'all let
if he's saying that, he's being melodramatic.
Let Reggie go, man.
Let me just say this one thing. New York City's own real estate holdings, right?
Still talking about damn real estate.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
He's still talking about real estate, and we talking about a deficit. We're talking about debt.
No, you don't know how to cure deficit.
A deficit is not the same thing as debt.
It's not. That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
Crash. New York City's own real estate holdings. I'm not talking about the private. I'm talking about the public. Is worth over hundreds of billions of dollars. $17 billion ain't shit for New York City.
Right.
So what you gonna do?
I'm leaving. Don't.
You sell it to the private sector?
No, I really got to do a chore.
Lease it. They already lease it.
Oh, listen, I'm here what Reggie's saying. I heard what Stoopies is saying. You guys are saying people are raising false alarms. It's nothing to worry about. I'm saying if that is true, why is Mom Donnie raising an alarm about it? Why did Eric Adams raise an alarm about it? If it's really nothing to talk about, why is the mayor raising an alarm about the deficit?
A damn mayor. He's clueless. Adams is
All right.
clueless.
I'll tell you what.
He's a
Let-
former.
let me say this.
Officer. He's clueless, and he was stealing himself. He came into Griff, New York, right? Mandami's new. He doesn't understand the value of New York City's own real estate that they own. They can cure. The deficit is on the books, but it can be cured. Y'all have a nice day.
Yeah. No, man, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Because I like.
I gotta
Oh,
go.
you have to go. All right, big up yourself.
Hey, thanks,
No.
thanks, 2Ps. At least you're
Yeah.
rational. God damn it.
All right. All right. What happened with deficit? I hope politicians use deficit. The word deficit is a scare tactics to ordinary people.
It's real. Ain't no scare tactic.
It is real, but it is a scare. Two things can be true. But go ahead.
That's fine.
How they use deficit is to slow down how fast they will put a system in place. They're basically telling you, oh, we have a deficit, so we don't have any money for it now. But guess what? If New York was on fire, they could buy $20 billion worth of fire engine tomorrow. If a situation arises that is a must be fixed, they would find the money to fix it. But you use the term deficit to slow down the demand of the populace. So populace who don't understand what is going on will say, okay, I will.
Trying to find the shit. What they find? Nothing. You can't just find $17 billion. That's the debt. The deficit is simply this. The difference between your budget and what you spending. If you spending under your budget, then you're under your deficit. Your deficit should be shrinking. If you're spending over your over your budget, your deficit is going to increase. It's simple. It's not something.
No. Somebody telling you that government operate like a corner shop. Government never operate like a corner shop. And your explanation is that New York operate like a bodega or a corner shop. Government don't operate like that. Government has always carried deficits. Go and research how many cities has deficit, and you realize that over the years, most major cities in America carry deficit. So deficit don't mean nothing. It don't mean shit. $17 billion don't mean shit when your budget is $250 billion.
Yes, it does. You talking about a budget?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's like saying somebody spent 10% of them pay.
Okay. So to Reggie's point, because most of what Reggie was saying is that the top
we got a bunch of houses.
The top people in this city could pay to crush this deficit, and that's precisely what Mamdani is trying to do by raising taxes on that same group of people. Yeah. That's how he wants to attack this deficit. So I hear what Reggie's saying. But Mamdani's way of doing what Reggie's saying is by raising
you though. He ain't raising taxes on you. He's raising taxes on the uber wealthy. You see what I'm saying? And this is why this is the thing. This is why I don't be understanding how I love the conversation, but like the way we be having the conversation is crazy to me, right? Because it's almost like it's we apologists for billionaires and trillionaires, right?
Beautiful.
Because the thing is, we can afford to pass out all of the tax cuts to the point where the country, fuck New York City, we done put $2 trillion in debt, $4 trillion in debt over the next 10 years in debt. Not a deficit. We're talking about in debt that your great-grandkids, your great-grandkids' grandkids gonna have to worry about. You see what I'm saying? Over giving tax breaks to those same uber rich. But when we say give a tax break to the working class, it's like, oh, it's all these excuses about whether the rich person is gonna move out of the city and whoop-de-whoop. It's like, bro, New York is the goddamn World Trade Center. It's the damn World Trade Center. I don't understand what y'all talking about.
Corey, but he's not giving tax breaks to the middle and lower class.
No, you'll reap those in different ways. So you don't have to do it directly from a tax break, right? But you can make things affordable, which will
reduce
money
transportation
back into those working class.
Okay, Corey, have you
people's
ever looked at it from this perspective?
Did you hold on? I just wanted you to know, because you seem like you was upset about how his idea is to redistribute the wealth, right?
No. What I was trying to
hold on, real quick. Do you understand that in the past few decades that they didn't redistributed $50 to $80 trillion from the working class to the uber rich? Do you understand that? Do you see? Right. Nobody's complaining about that, or ain't nobody making excuses about the working man who's been stolen from for the past 40 years, and they done stole $80 trillion out of the working man's pocket to put in these uber rich motherfuckers. And so now we is talking, making all these excuses. Oh, they gonna move out. Oh, you can't do that.
Not moving, going nowhere.
But you can take from the working man for 40 years. $80 trillion.
Shit, concrete.
How about if you're having a nuanced conversation and you understand that both is wrong?
No, not wrong. You're not wrong. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Corey, let me say this to Corey. Corey, let me say this. Corey, let me say this to you.
Well, I think the perspective that really makes
they don't leave, fool. They coming to New York. They coming to Florida. Why
no, they're not. No, they're not.
Yes, no, they're not. Damn lie.
No, they're not.
If you have these large businesses that employ millions of New Yorkers leave out the city, right? They can afford to move their families to Florida, to Texas, to New Jersey, elsewhere. The people that had to work at these corporations that aren't going to be here anymore, that had to work at these large businesses that aren't going to be here anymore, what's going to happen to those people? The people that can't
believe that. Do you believe that? They done got y'all scared to death. These niggas is scared to death.
No, Corey, let me say this.
Well, what if Massa leave?
Yeah, the plantation. What if Massa back up the plantation? What's we going to do?
Massa leave?
If we make them pay their fair share, they gonna leave and take all their money with them, and we gonna be poor.
How you think they business run off the backs and the intellectual property of you and me, nigga? That's how they don't get it. They take their asses out of the country if they want to move somewhere. Send them the intellectual property and the sweat and tears from the American worker is who was how they got
the city with its main source of revenue leaves.
Control, goddammit. Corey need a bomb.
Corey need Listen, Cosby reality check. They come to
No, you niggas is apologizing for somebody who ain't gonna do nothing but make your life miserable.
Yeah, but we're not having an emotional argument.
Apologizing
We're talking
for
about the logistics of it. These are the people that fund the city. What happens to the city when the people that contribute to the
you talking about, Cora? We're talking money.
like you're giving an appeal to an emotion, having a logistical
I
conversation.
understand about the money. That's what I'm talking about too. I'm talking about the $80 trillion that was stolen from the goddamn working man. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not worrying about whether these niggas moving somewhere.
You ain't got to.
Yeah, but you don't get that
take
money
their
back.
motherfucking asses on then.
You don't get that money
and pay what they owe on the way out.
You don't get that money back by raising taxes on them. That's not how you get the money back.
Because I can get my coffee. I don't need to get my coffee from Starbucks. I can get my coffee from the old Mexican lady at the guy on the corner with the stand. If he move his ass out of here, you know what she gonna do? She gonna make millions of dollars. Because if Starbucks take his ass out of here, everybody's still gonna want some goddamn coffee, and they gonna go to that old lady.
Having some sort
Like they've been doing before Starbucks came to town.
In reality, you're not going to do that. You're going to want to go to Starbucks.
No, I'm not.
No, Corey is talking common sense. And
y'all done ran. Starbucks done ran the old lady out of town. Starbucks done ran her ass out of town. That's why I go to Starbucks.
Okay,
they done made sure that it's more convenient for me to go to them instead of the old lady. They use their $1 billion because niggas like you who say, well, what about if the billionaires have to pay a little bit more money and they move her ass out of there?
How many ticket salaries that Mexican lady gonna pay for? Exactly, nigga.
What did you say?
They done fell for these big corporations' propaganda, Corey. They are peddling the big corporations' propaganda.
You know what? Y'all should go to Congress. That way, y'all could have got the goddamn Citizens United passed.
Yeah,
I think they would. Y'all better lawyers than with the motherfucking billionaires to begin with.
That old ass Mexican lady gonna pay for. How many?
No,
I know how many.
Listen, how many was gonna pay for it? How many? What is she paying for it?
Teachers' salaries is that old ass Mexican lady that
Look,
you won't give your
salaries don't got nothing to do with her.
And dude, because all of the people that are gonna lose their job from Starbucks moving out, is she gonna employ all those people?
No, they're gonna get. If the corporations move out, right? Because if you notice, it was way more in the 90s. You had way more.
These niggas saying if Starbucks
more
move out your town, it's the death of your town.
Listen, y'all ask a question, but then y'all gonna just talk all over.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
y'all.
Like they take the emotion out of it.
Hey, Corey. The irony of all of this is that now it's you talking to a whole bunch of conservatives versus me talking to a whole bunch of
they ain't even conservatives, though. They're not even conservatives.
I'm just telling you that I'm just sitting back listening because I don't want to pile on. Hey, welcome to my
Corey handling both of them dudes.
Yeah,
Corey
welcome
handling
to
both
my
of them dudes,
existence, man. Welcome to my.
Look, how many people know somebody that works at Starbucks?
Me?
Because you go there. I'm saying in your regular circle, does anybody in your circle work at Starbucks?
Nah, I'm a grown man. I don't know nobody work at Starbucks.
Exactly. So that shit is not going to kill the goddamn economy nowhere.
But most of the other men,
it's actually going to make the economy better.
They work for some kind of corporation.
Better.
It might not work for
what happens is, listen, this is what happens when Starbucks and Walmarts and them move the fuck out, right? it gives the opportunity for more small businesses to come in, right? And then those small businesses keep their money in the community. They're more likely to keep the money. The small business owner, the coffee lady and shit like that, she's more likely to put an addition on her house, and their neighbors and shit have their own small businesses and shit, and they more, and the property value goes up. But when Starbucks, he send his money out of, he don't build no fucking house. He's an international. He ain't got no allegiance to no country. He's a international guy. So like he got a house in Dubai, a house over here, and this and there. This lady, the coffee lady, is paying taxes, which her taxes is going to the school systems and this, that, and the other, keeping the money into the community. Right? So that's Starbucks getting their asses up out of our communities, and Targets and Walmarts and shit, allowing for the small businesses to flourish like they used to, right? The mom and pop shops and shit like that. Like allowing that to flourish is more valuable than worrying about whether we're Mr. Starbucks gonna live at.
Corey. So let's say the Mexican lady, she's got a mom and pop grocery store.
Waiting on a little Mexican lady to apologize for where Mr. Starbucks gonna live at, y'all.
Let's say the little Mexican lady. Let's say she's got a grocery store. Let's say she got a grocery store.
This is great.
Let's say she got a small business that is a little grocery store, right?
Get them true.
How does she compete? How does she compete with a city ran grocery store?
Beat his fucking ass. Beat his motherfucking ass.
How does the lady?
That's motherfucking and Thunder, I appreciate y'all more than y'all know.
How does the small business owner that has a grocery store compete with city ran grocery store?
Corey whooping on me.
She might be closer to me than the city ran grocery store. It depends on business is about location, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
They walking in.
Yeah, the location is the city. The location
about
is the
Sheffrin,
city.
when you tell Sheffrin is a small business owner, when you tell these niggas about business, man,
get Chef
I'm a
ass
small
too.
business owner too. I'm saying the location in this scenario is New York City. So if I have a grocery store,
no,
in New York
I'm
City,
talking about I may be closer. It's not about the city. You know what? Never mind. You're right, bro. You're right.
No, don't put your build up, Corey.
They broke him. Oh, they broke him.
Build up, Corey.
Y'all beat me up on this one. Y'all beat me up on this one. I'll give
what a glorious day.
Y'all beat me
What
up.
a glorious day. And Truest and Thunder, it's Starbucks
The
on me,
white
bro.
flag. I'm waving the
love
white
it.
flag.
I
Waving
love
the white flag.
it. Bro, y'all have no idea the pain I've had in this Discord. I might as well have been singing all by myself. All these other liberals running. They ain't nobody talking now. Corey just.
No. I didn't get a chance to speak. I didn't get a chance to speak.
Hey, this nigga try to walk you down. Be careful.
Answer that question.
So just give me a second.
Ask that question again. Hold on, stupid. Ask that question again, Truist.
which one?
The one about the family-owned grocery stores.
So if I own,
You think that was a killer question?
if I own a family-owned grocery store in New York City, anywhere in New York City, and I gotta compete with Mamdani's.
Stupi's got it.
Yeah, and I gotta compete with Mamdani city ran grocery stores. How is that fair to the small business owner that you are advocated for?
Oh, you see the problem with this is that somebody coming with half a question. They didn't understand that.
There's no fairness in capitalism. There's no fairness in capitalism. Go ahead.
There's no fairness. But let me just say this.
Take your belt back off.
No, let me just say this. These grocery stores, the premise behind these grocery stores is to set up grocery stores in certain areas that their food desert like are unavailable to access or the price. Right? No, when I look in my community has no grandma, grandpa grocery store. Matter of fact, I don't know which community anymore have a grandma and grandpa grocery store. Because my community have Whole Foods, Aldi's, Publix, what the next one is? Whole Food, Aldi's, Publix, Sprouts. It's those grocery stores in my community. Right? There's no grandma and grandpa. So when somebody talking about, what about grandma and grandpa? Show me the grandma and grandpa in your community before you make that statement. Because very few grandma and grandpa grocery store exists anymore. Walmart killed them 25 years ago. So who you worrying about? You worrying about Walmart? Who you worrying about? You worrying about Aldi's? The German chains?
You think you answer his question?
No, my question is that he has a non-question because there's no grandma and grandpa grocery stores to worry about. Why you worrying about grocery stores? How many grandma and grandpa grocery stores are there?
So in order to answer the question, so in order to answer the question, you have to deny not only that they exist, but you also have to deny the ability for someone to want one. What if someone wants to start a small business grocery store? So since you don't want to acknowledge they exist, let's say a person wants to start one, but they have to fight with a city ran grocery store.
If they want to, they can't fight because they got to fight because the corporations done made that unavailable. Not the city grocery store.
Not the city grocery store.
Why? Like, is you kidding me here, bro?
Lies.
Is you living in reality or what?
Watch this right here. I'm going to show you right now. Well, let me source up right quick. How to do the camera? Where my camera at?
No,
Yeah, here we
he's
go.
saying that in order for grandma, she would have to compete with the city. There's no way she's competing with the city grocery store. She gonna be competing with Walmarts and Targets.
Aldi's and Targets and
she's not gonna be competing with no motherfucking city grocery store. What reality is
I'm gonna tell you, in New York City, there aren't. Hold up. In New York City, there aren't many Walmarts.
Fine, it's a Target's, it's a Whole Foods,
there's not many
it's
Targets
a Trader
in the hood.
Joe's,
There's not
it's a
too many
Trader
Targets.
Joe's, and that's where the food deserts is at. That he just
There
brought
are
up.
not too many Targets in the
That's
hood.
where you said. Hold on. You said they don't have those in the hood. That's where the food. That's called a food desert, and that's where the goddamn city grocery store would be at.
Okay, so if grandma wants to open up a mom and pop grocery store in Brownsville, she's gonna have to compete with the city ran grocery store in Brownsville.
That's fine. Competition is good.
That's good. Okay, so you think that's good?
The store not there. Grandma hasn't opened one yet. So while we're talking about a situation,
grandma ain't even able to open one, period. Because again, even if that's true, even if that scenario true, she wouldn't be really competing. Even if the thing is that it ain't no Targets in the hood, that is still that the fact of the matter is she's still competing with those big box stores. Because it ain't no way. It's about the pricing too. It ain't no way she could outprice them.
There's no way she can outprice the city.
No, hold on, man.
That ain't necessarily true. I mean, I don't know.
The city has infinite amount of funding.
No, they don't. They don't have any.
Oh my God, Corey.
is allocated.
In comparison to a small business owner,
I think you just saying things. You know, I'm not gonna argue because now you're just saying things to rebut what I'm saying. You ain't even serious.
Corey. Can I ask you a question, Corey?
What is Thunder trying to share here?
There's a grocery store right here in Atlanta, Georgia, locally owned. And they are in the Little Five Points area. If you know anything about Atlanta, Georgia, you know what Little Five Points is. That grocery store has been there probably 60, 70 years. It's competing against all of the big boys, and
I didn't say there were none at all. But you do know they dying though, right? So you gonna sit there and act like mom and pop's grocery stores haven't been dying in the last 25 years? You gonna sit there and act like that? That's fine, because if we just having a gotcha conversation, that's one thing. But if we having an honest conversation, that's another thing. Thunder.
Yeah, no. So that's why I was talking about if someone wanted to. If I'm someone that wants to start a small business, I shouldn't have to compete with the city to a small business. I should have to
Listen,
compete with other
yeah,
business
fine.
owners.
Fine.
Okay, you win.
You shouldn't. So we shouldn't have. So right now, that Granny ain't no Granny's trying to open up no fucking grocery store right now. But so we shouldn't open up a city grocery store just in case Granny try to open up one.
Thank you.
That is capitalism. Now, if you want socialism, no. If we're gonna have a free market, if we're gonna have a free market,
see, the thing is, we get tied up in these boxes, right? So now, when he says, when you talk about adding social programs, right, you have to do strictly socialism. Everything has to be socialism. You can't just add social programs within the capitalist system. We can't have a real conversation.
Corey, let me cut you off.
We ain't never having a real conversation.
Yeah, Corey, let me cut you for a second. Only poor people worry about socialism. Rich white farmers don't worry about socialism when they get into $25 billion. Businesses don't worry about socialism when they get
Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg don't worry about socialism.
You're right. Small business owners.
When it's one of them.
Poor people.
Hold on.
Small business owners.
And then you can have it right back.
Hear me out real quick.
Don't have a problem with socialism as long as it's going to those guys too. So when we bailing out the banks, right? When we giving Elon Musk unlimited amount of money to shoot rockets up into the ozone layer, fucking up our environment and shit right there. When we pass out all this money to Raytheon, who we don't even know how much money we've been giving Raytheon. They don't even know how many $1 trillion we've been giving them. When we pass out all that money, they don't got a problem with socialism then that way. Right? But when it comes to the working man, it's all these excuses and all worrying about where it's going to come from. Well, who got that kind of money? And but y'all can give trillions of dollars worth of welfare every goddamn year to these millionaires and trillionaires, goddamn it, and don't have a problem with socialism. But go ahead, so stupids.
Damn socialism.
You're right.
So I guess what you're saying that we fund if we give our cops a raise, that's socialism too, right? If we give the teachers a raise, that's we purchasing.
No, we're not saying that. Listen. When it's one thing to be giving social assistance to businesses, whether it's a small business or a big business. It's another thing when small business owners have to compete not just with a big business, but now they have to compete with the fucking government. That's a whole nother entity. Creating a city-ran grocery store is not the same thing as giving a small business owner a PPP loan.
And it's not the same thing. And it's not the same thing as giving a corporation billions of dollars. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. You're worrying about, guess what? You are worrying about the person at the front door when they already block your back door and taking out your furniture.
Yeah, because I'm a small business owner and I don't want to have to compete with the government. I have to compete with enough businesses. I don't want to have to compete with the government.
What is that?
I didn't know that I could have Christmas in February.
Jerk chicken,
I didn't know. This is like Christmas, bro.
Hey, Brass, you love this shit. I know.
I'm enjoying. When I tell you I'm enjoying this, Corey on mute. Hey, look, Corey on mute, Howard on mute. Everybody done tap the hell out.
No, we're not tapping out because
these conservatives.
I gotta go, y'all. I gotta go pick up my wife. I'm gonna catch y'all.
Okay, True, no problem. Hey, I appreciate everything you did today. Hey, Stu, these conservatives,
bro.
These conservatives did a Royal Rumble and beat the dog shit out of the liberals.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Brass.
Man. Hey, Stu P.
Hey,
they walked you down, boy.
No, they didn't.
And I walk them down.
They walked you down.
No, I didn't. Remember, the first thing everybody was talking about was
$50, $50 right now.
That ain't enough money.
No one on the panel can tell me the best point they made.
That ain't enough
No one on the
money.
panel can tell me the best point they made. $50 right now.
It ain't enough money, go. I mean,
$50 right now. Nobody on the panel can run me down the best point they made. Go ahead.
Right now.
Go ahead.
I put 50 on it.
Everybody just came off mute when they said they kicked our ass. Now $50 right now.
I would put 50 on that to spend $100.
The best point they made. Give me $50.
Y'all scrambling.
I'll put 50 on that too. So that's 100.
Stu Pease. I think the best point was, I think, it concerned Mamdani. And
what concern?
I think it concerned Mamdani and the $17 billion and how if he gets any of that stuff off, it'll be a surprise but even if he does get it off, man, if that 17 gonna probably be 45 by the time he leave up out of there.
All right, and I proved that was bullshit. That Mo City run down. I proved that was bullshit.
And not only that, Stu Pease,
run on deficit.
That's what kicked our ass, Stu Pease.
Yes.
Is that what come on, man, cut that out.
So Corey. So now you did say, now you might have misspoke, Corey. Hold on, go. Hey, Gullah, look in the chat. I needed ask you a question in the chat, in the general chat in the Discord. Yeah. Hey, Corey. Now, I heard you tap out in this conversation about an hour ago. Now, if they wasn't making no points, if they wasn't beating you up, that means you just tapping out for free.
It was frustrating because I realized who I was talking to. That's why
the shots. Here we go with the shots. Why we doing
for real?
that?
Once you realize who you talking to, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're just gonna apologize no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
It's money. It's economics, and you keep thinking it's apology. We talking, if you keep taxing people, do you think they're gonna stay? I have a thing right here. Matter of fact, let's look at it. I'm the only one being sources. You just talking.
You remember what the taxes was back when they was taxing, they was doing way more. They was taxing 90%. After a certain amount.
91% under JSK. 91%.
And the economy was booming. They was making money, and the working man was making money. That's where the middle class was created. But then they said, you know what? We ain't satisfied with that. We want all the motherfucking money. So then they commenced to stealing $80 trillion from the working man. And we came up and we tried to get this American thing working together. The businesses and the working man we all got the same interest. It's in my interest to make a quality product for your business so that people can buy that product, right? From your business if I'm a worker, right? But you ain't keeping up your end of the deal, right? Because the American worker has never been more productive in any other time in history than right now, but yet they get paid less than what they did than what their parents made.
Yes.
So the productivity of the American worker has been going up and up and up and up and up. But the pay that the American worker has been getting for his intellectual. And y'all want to tell me because he said, well, I got questions about Zoran Mamdani? What are y'all talking about here, bro? What are y'all talking about here, really, for real? Is we having a real conversation or is we just trying to get Stu Pease and Corey? Because if that's the case, then y'all might have got me. Y'all might have got me.
Because they're making silly points. When somebody come and talk about deficit and talk about immigration, when a budget is so big, it's
Let me read this real quick, man. Let me read this right quick and y'all can talk. All right. While specific real-time numbers fluctuate, thousands of millionaires have left NYC in recent years, notably during the pandemic.
Why?
Over 2,000 in 2020, though many have also moved to NYC, with net changes varying yearly and sometimes showing a return of the wealthy post-pandemic. Though high income earners are generally leaving the state at higher rates than the general population. Let me say it again. High income earners are generally leaving the state at higher rates than the general population, often for lower tax states like Florida, with significant income tax dollars leaving with them. See, that's source. I'm sourcing up. I just sourced up the whole premise. And
I don't understand how that's even relevant. I don't even understand how that's relevant.
Can I address
Hey, but
that?
did you know real quick, and then I'm finna go on mute because I gotta go,
moved to New
y'all. I
York.
gotta go real quick. But I'm glad to have a conversation with y'all today. But I want to say, Thunder, did you know during the pandemic that corporations reported record profits during that time? So I just want you to know, like, so every time us as working people, every time, hold on, because I'm finna go. I'm about to go. Every time us as working people, right, do bad and get fucked over, the billionaires and trillionaires get richer and richer and richer and richer and richer. So I don't give a fuck where they move to. Peace to y'all, bro.
Thank you. And let me second Corey. People acting like when billionaires.
One down, one to go.
No, people acting, Grass, you know this for a fact, because I love addressing you. Although you don't have to answer. Billionaires have multiple locations where they live. So them relocating to Florida don't mean that they actually gave up their houses in New York. And you know that the brass, they must be in the brass know that they still have the houses in New York. Them relocating meaning nothing. Right? They're not moving the businesses from New York. They're not moving the businesses down to Florida. Go and research how many businesses actually move to Florida versus people who move to Florida. So when you bring up that, when you chat GTP that, now the next thing you need to chat GTP is how many of them ran back after 3 years. We live in Florida and we have seen it. We've seen that after the pandemic, 2022, there was an influx of immigrants. And as soon as 2025 landed, so many of them moved back because the economy of Florida is not conducive to what they want. The jobs pay less and the businesses the less. Or you reading Chat GTP and you're coming to me with Chat GTP like it's gospel. We debunk Chat GTP in this discard. Chat GTP, we debunk it. Don't bring it, come. Don't bring something else. Don't get Chat GTP research.
Seeing significant business departures with nearly 5,000 businesses closing or leaving in spring of 2025 alone. A sharp decline indicating an economic slowdown following earlier losses of thousands during the pandemic and ongoing moves by financial firms. 1,000 new businesses also start. The net loss highlights challenges from high taxes and costs, though economic hub with strong credit. Now, I told you, I'm sourcing up today. Y'all niggas is talking. Y'all talking.
What was that last sentence you read?
Hey, are we gonna talk about what the
What
mayor
was
of
that last
Phoenix is
sentence you
doing
read,
next?
Delvin? The last sentence, I didn't hear that last sentence.
Okay,
Yeah, I didn't hear that last sentence.
While thousands of new businesses also start, the net loss highlights challenges from high taxes and costs, though the city remains a major economic hub with strong credit.
Oh, thank you. That last sentence, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
That's the last. Okay, you talking about the last? Thousands of new businesses start. The net loss. Do you know what net loss means? Are you serious, bro? Highlights the challenges from high taxes and high costs You want to say, oh, yeah, they become they still a major. How long that's gonna last, bro? If you keep losing 5,000 businesses alone in spring of 2025 alone, how long is spring? 3 months. Spring is 3 months, and you lost 5,000 businesses. Come on, bro. That's. I mean, I'm bringing sources.
Sound like you pushing fear tactics to me, but that's what coach. That's
I
what
was fear
coach do.
tactics.
It's
Yeah,
not like
Fear
y'all
tactics.
scrambling
I
because
got
he's
it.
hitting y'all with facts. Whooping y'all ass, loving every minute of it.
Sourcing up.
Yeah, Howard, I never thought I would see this side of you.
Hey, wait, did he run
Howard, what is
Stu Pease
going
off too?
on?
Damn, Thunder and
Hey,
them ran Stu
I'm
Pease
at
and
I'm at
Corey
work.
off.
I'm at
Love
work
every
having
minute of
fun.
it.
But what are the top? Can you guys name me the top 5 poorest states are in this country?
Your
And
top five.
what states the top 5 poorest states in the country? And what are they red or blue
Here we
states?
What
go
he
with the
say?
conscious. Here we go with the conscious community questions. Go ahead, bro.
That's a real question.
Yeah, I know, but y'all,
What?
that's y'all
Yeah.
fighting style. Y'all, when y'all get y'all ass
Hey,
kicked,
I'm gonna
then y'all start asking, do you know how much milk goes into American deli slices
I'm
and cheese
just
and
I'm
shit?
just
Don't
I'm just
nobody give a
asking
damn about what you do. Man, let
because
me drop a bomb again.
if those top 5 poor states, if those top 5 poor states are all Republican states states, then what are you really standing on with these Republican politics? I just want to know.
Okay, good. So let's just say that they're the poorest state. Are they in debt? Do they have a debt of $17 billion?
That state's debt does not matter when that woman needs some bread and some water and some milk and all that stuff.
Oh, she
No.
needs some butter and some milk and some what? Shut up.
We're talking about the best and worst run states, and you talking about milk and honey?
What are the most? You guys haven't answered the question. Are you guys conceding that
What you want to know?
the poorest states in America, which ones are they, and are they red or blue states? Or what is the mixture? 5
They are
poor states.
Okay, the poorest states in U.S. 2025. Hold on 1 second. Oh, they got 2026. 10 states with the lowest median.
Howard might have got one right there.
Hold on, we got you. We got you. We got you. All right, here we go. Poorest. Let me share. I can't share. Let me over my cap again. All right. Poorest U.S. states. Always. Mississippi's always gonna be number 1. Louisiana number 2.
Republican.
Republican. New Mexico number 3.
Republican.
Arkansas number 4.
Republican.
And what was the other? That was just 4. Oh, let me go back up. Maybe I missed one.
Okay, I think we got the point. Now
No,
that's my argument. I'm
Mississippi,
going on mute.
Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, West Virginia, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and South Carolina. But here's the point. Here's the
All right,
point.
that's
though.
my point. Now I'm going on
But
mute.
no,
I'm
but
at
here's
work.
the point.
That's my
Don't
point.
go on mute. Here's the point. Don't go
I
on mute.
got you.
But the fact that they the poorest states are not is not a causation simply because of the Republican Party. Those are places you're talking about southern places, rural geography, lack of major metro tax bases, educational attainment levels, and health outcomes. And you're talking about federal dependency versus the state. So trying to pin that on the Republican Party, there's no causation for that. Because these states have been the poorest across the board for almost 100+ years, no matter the party.
I'm directly putting that on Republican politics. I'm directly putting that on
I know
Republican politics.
because you're underqualified and uneducated to have the conversation.
Yeah, how can you?
Yeah.
What if the Democrats ran? What if the Democrats ran New Mexico? They gonna automatically just start making money?
Oh, now you want to play in fantasy land? You're on the what if game.
You can't play the fantasy land with
I
a
thought you was showing sources. Now
Yeah,
you
but
want
if
to play
these,
fantasy.
but we did do sources, and you didn't address the fact that that list has damn near been unchanged for over 100 years.
It's always been poor.
These are
All
rural
under-
states. These are
all
rural states
under-
with
all
no
under
metro tax
conservative-
base.
All
No
under
metro tax
conservative,
base.
all under conservative politics, bro.
But if it's no, it's
all under
not. Not for the
conservative
past
politics.
100 years, bro.
Hey,
Yes,
Brass, who ran Mississippi in the 60s? The Republicans?
No.
In the 50s, in the 40s. Who ran Mississippi?
Yeah, it's not.
Hey,
this
brother,
is not,
I did
yeah,
not
it's
say
not-
you. Listen to me, Brass. You got to
those
listen to the
parties
words
don't
I
prove
use carefully.
causation,
I didn't say Republican. I said conservative.
Well, conservative. Both ways you go.
I didn't say
It's in the
Republican.
No, but what I'm
I
saying.
said under conservative.
But if
I
the
use
list-
that term for a reason.
Are now Republicans. So it's
But
the same thing.
But if it's
So you just lied, Thunder. You just lied.
now we calling out liars.
Because in
Wow,
the 50s and the 60s, those Democrats would have been Republicans now. They
How you know
switched. Bro, that's why I was
Chef.
That's why I was
That's
on
why I
mute.
said, Chef. That's why I said conservative, and I used that for a reason because I knew where they were
Oh, you
going
saying
with that.
They claim
I knew where they were going.
Hey, Chef, are you saying that this is
If you don't know that, I'm going back on mute. If you about to argue that, continue your point, but just know that you've been corrected.
so you saying that the Dixiecrats
I said it.
morphed into
I ain't saying it
Republicans?
no other way. I don't know what you about to try to flip something. I don't know what
Hey,
part
Chef,
you don't understand.
you talking about the Dixiecrats?
So I'm going back on mute to figure it out.
Well, hurry up and go back on
Morph-
mute.
You saying the Dixiecrats morphed into Republicans? So you saying that you don't even know what the party switch is, do you? That's what I think. That's what his problem is. He don't even know the party switch was the voters. The voters switched from voting Republican to Democrat. They ain't gonna do the damn party.
I'ma stay on mute. Let him continue to nose dive.
All right.
Well, I am pleased. Thunder and Truist.
Don't the party vote though? Don't the parties vote too?
We got more people to walk down.
What party vote?
I know. I just asked. I just asked a question. Ain't nobody walking me down. Fuck.
We're joking, Gullah. For you start showing guns and shit, we just joking. We just joking. Just making jokes. Don't forget tonight at 8:00, Stu Pease and Haskell will be doing a educational critique of Gullah's amazing presentation last night on the people of Egypt on the Carnivorous podcast. Make sure y'all pull back up for that.
They
I
about
think
to
that's
look
gonna be
crazy.
very
They about to
entertaining.
look crazy. I can't. They gonna look crazy.
Yeah, I really wish they would. It's gonna cause more.
What'd you say, brother?
I said I really wish they wouldn't.
Yeah, I know, but once you put the presentation in the air, and the fact that it was a good presentation, don't be concerned with any critique because you did good work. But once you put it into the air in YouTube, you leave it for critique. You offer it up for some form of and critique ain't always negative though, neither. Because the one thing I'm not gonna do, it ain't gonna be a negative Nancy show. We're gonna talk about that's why I asked you to answer that question in the chat. Because I also want to know what you was trying to achieve. So at least I have the ability. I don't know if Chef, you're gonna be there, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up.
Right. So I don't have the ability to push back on stuff I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I was trying to achieve shit, you know what I'm saying, the whole thing, but they was, you know, so they worry about the curve instead of the actual presentation. Weird as hell.
All right. Well, we've been live 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I got to go back live at 8:00. So, if y'all got any more points y'all want to make, I think now the beauty of these conversations is it allows us this is opening the door for Tri-Span. So I got to get with Corey so we can have a conversation because I enjoy these conversations way more than anything else. Do y'all got anything else y'all want to add? At least I can shut down the stream. Y'all got anything?
I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live at 6:30 to go over Gulla's main points. So it's clear. I already been looking at it. You feel me? So whatever they say, you feel me, we'll know what his main points was, and it's clear. If they're gonna talk about a website or something like HTML, some crazy shit, that was wild. Like, so you know what I mean. So yeah, and I warm the crowd up like I did yesterday, and go over what y'all was talking about today, because Reggie said some crazy shit that
you literally just did what he said you was gonna do. This shit crazy.
Reggie did some crazy shit. Got out of here. You feel me?
Yeah, he got in here and got in here and said his shit and got the fuck on. That nigga was cooking.
And Thunder, and I wanted to go over Thunder. Went over the community of skeptics yesterday, and they kind of jerked him around on some old crazy shit. Like they threw some wild ass shit at him on Wikipedia and tried to get. I was like, man, like they are a mess over there, man. Like,
I notice.
Go ahead, Thunder.
If you notice, I still ain't got a date. They wanted me. He said he was not going to debate me unless I read the article for Sheikh Ante Gio, right? So that's the only reason I was there. I read it with him. We went through the whole thing, and I still ain't got a date.
And you never will, bro. And
I'd
like
to thank Brass.
Hold on, real quick, before you thank me, I want to talk some shit real quick. And I really hate the fact that you're not actually gonna have the debate, because that's something I would actually pay to see and even invest in to throw. Because anytime you could dog walk a motherfucker on some shit, on some bullshit, I'm willing to throw money at that motherfucker. Back pocket, side pocket, and debit card. So if you need some investment in that Thunder, we would love to see that, brother. I would love to see a dog walking at that level.
They ain't arguing. They are not going to debate nobody over whether Africans and slaves are. It's an open and shut case.
Hey,
like we already.
It's a shame. Hey, look at in the mortal words of Young Nudie from Atlanta. Look at what that money will make a bitch do. So trust and believe. For the right price, a motherfucker will argue anything. If you can argue flat earth and man and monkeys and shit, you can definitely argue this conversation. No question.
Chef, you kind of scared me on your on the E pluribus though. You scared me a little bit. You came on back,
and that was a hell of a video.
You planted some doubt. I was like, hold on, where's Chef gonna go with this? You was like, did they do it? You was like, no, not necessarily. No, you didn't say not necessarily. You said not in the way that we view slavery.
Oh, and by the way, I gotta catch myself. When I say look at what that money make a bitch do, I'm not calling no grown men bitches. That's literally
we got you.
No. The thing is, Thunder, what you'll learn about me, motherfuckers tend to take what I say and just turn it into motherfucking the next World War and shit. So I be having to clarify because later on I'll get in trouble. Hits and tell me I said some crazy shit. But no, I'm not calling men bitches. It's just a verse from a song.
Can I get thanks out now to Brass for a great show, Jeff and all you guys. And I also want to thank Thunder for allowing that information to come. 100 years of conservatism cannot change anything.
Conservatism. This is crazy.
Keep you poor. I didn't want to say that.
And now, Thunder, you get to see what I've been going through by myself.
Ignore the Democrats running the South for the damn to 150 years, and he looking at the last 40. That's crazy. But anyway, that's that. Do you think, bro? But yeah, Chef, you kind of had me scared, there, man. I was like, oh shit.
No,
yeah,
that's because